Hola, para las personas que prefieren escuchar esta junta en español, pueden pasar con nuestro equipo de intérpretes al fondo de la sala del concilio de la ciudad para recibir asistencia. Si prefieres ver la transmisión desde tu computador o dispositivo móvil, puedes seguir toda la junta completamente en español en la página web sanantonio.gov/TVSA o también desde su televisor usando el sistema SAP en los canales que ves en pantalla. Por último, no olvides descargar la agenda de esta junta en la página web de español de la ciudad de San Antonio en sanantonio.gov/español.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our City Council A session. Thank you for your patience. The time is 9:26 a.m. on this 11th day of August 2022. We'll call our meeting to order. Madam Clerk, could you read the roll?
Councilmember Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Villagran.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Castillo.
Here.
Councilmember Cabello Haverda.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Pelaez. Councilmember Courage.
Present.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Mayor Nierenberg. Mayor, we have a quorum.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome. To begin us today, we are going to turn it over to Councilmember Bravo to welcome our invocator.
Thank you. And this morning I'd like to welcome Pastor Andres Kutsir. He is the pastor of the University Presbyterian Church. Andres was born in South Africa, has lived here in the U.S. for 24 years, and he's passionate about social justice and environmental issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Bravo, Mayor Nierenberg, council members. On behalf of University Presbyterian Church, I want to thank you for this honor to bring you the invocation today. For some of us, prayer within our own faith traditions is important. For others, it's being with our own deep thoughts in mindfulness. So however you approach this time, let us pause and give thanks for our city and our peoples as we ask for guidance in doing the work that is set before us today. Let us pray. Creator God, we are gathered as a diverse people, all belonging to one family, the human family. As a community, San Antonio embraces our diversity, comprised of gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, straight, white, brown, black, Christians, Jews, Muslims, Sikhs, Buddhists, Baha'i, Hindus, Zoroastrians, atheists, humanists, and agnostics. Yet, in a post-make America Great Again world, we have come to realize how frail the protection of fundamental human rights has become in a nation that proclaims freedom and liberty for all. Greater God, make us mindful that it is not enough to have human rights, but that it is essential that everyone owns them and are guided by them in our daily lives. Help us realize when we fall short. As white Christians, we do not always recognize the ways we are complicit with white supremacy and Christian nationalism, which is a threat to our democracy and to our global community. Help us, God, to disrupt the cycles of racism that runs through our lives, our churches, our city, and our world. In our desire to do right and to correct what is wrong, we are grateful every time this council works towards the dignity of each person and safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Whether it is the protection of our aquifer, curbing greenhouse gases, welcome the immigrant and the undocumented, a birthing person's right to an abortion, the protection of same-sex intimacy, supporting people dealing with mental health and illness, breaking the stigma and isolation of siblings living with HIV, and empowering people to curb the spread of monkeypox. Bless us with creativity as we find solutions to the needs of housing and education and muster the political will to protect our children and society from gun violence. In all our decisions and actions, let us remember the golden rule as interpreted by Jesus of Nazareth, as it reads in my mother tongue Afrikaans. Alles wat julle wil hê dat die mense aan julle moet doen, moet julle ook aan hulle doen. Let us remember to do unto others as we would have them do unto us. And let the people say, Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. All right, the first item we have no minutes on this agenda. So before we get into our business, we do have a few points of personal privilege, and I do want to start that by recognizing some very valued members of our community who are in attendance today. And I want to recognize them with a certificate of official congratulations as they come forward. This is presented on behalf of the City of San Antonio. Official congratulations in celebration of the 40th year partnership between the United Way of San Antonio and the San Antonio AFL-CIO. Whereas United Way Worldwide is a support organization and a leader for a network of local United Ways in communities across the United States and in countries around the world, and whereas American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, AFL-CIO, is the umbrella federation for U.S. unions representing working men and women, and whereas United Way and the labor movement share a history of partnership dating back to World War II, and millions of union members have become part of the United Way family through countless volunteer hours, contributing hundreds of millions of dollars annually and making other significant contributions. And whereas United Way and the AFL-CIO have a common vision of prosperous, inclusive, diverse, and safe communities where everyone has access to quality public education, fair wages, productive work opportunities, and accessible, affordable, quality health care. And whereas the City Council of the City of San Antonio proudly join the United Way of San Antonio and Bexar County and the San Antonio AFL-CIO in celebrating this milestone occasion in the history of their partnership, and extend best wishes for many more years of working together for the betterment of the community. Happy 40th anniversary, presented this 11th day of August 2022. Terry, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mayor, City Council, staff, and a great-looking group of guests that are right behind me. And of course, I would be remiss if I wouldn't introduce my partner from United Way of San Antonio and Bexar County, Domingo Gonzalez. Thank you so much. Today we're here to honor the partnership between the San Antonio AFL-CIO and United Way of San Antonio and Bexar County. For 40 years, United Way and the San Antonio AFL-CIO have partnered to help working people in our community. Together, our two organizations have helped working families, retirees, and countless individuals gain access to vital community services and have supported local labor movements. We represent the working women and men of the San Antonio AFL-CIO, and over the last 40 years, the labor movement has made a lasting difference for all of our workers. For the San Antonio AFL-CIO, this means mobilizing our union members and community partners to advocate for social and economic justice. We share a mission to work to make our community better for all people, regardless of race, color, gender, religion, age, sexual orientation, or ethnic and national origin. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you this morning for this recognition, and I hope that when you come across an opportunity to make a direct donation, you would make that consideration. I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations again to the AFL-CIO as well as the United Way of San Antonio, Bexar County, and thank you very much for everything that you guys do for our community every day. Let me now recognize Councilmember McKee Rodriguez for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you. As I mentioned last week, District 2 has been mourning the loss of many great community leaders, and today I would really like to honor Mr. James Joseph Devno. Our sympathy and wholehearted support goes out to the Devno family and loved ones in the passing of Sergeant First Class James Joseph Devno, devoted community servant, decorated military veteran, and highly engaged District 2 resident, and I do mean highly engaged. He retired with 27 years of military service and was a highly decorated serviceman with 2 Bronze Service Stars, the Texas Combat Service Ribbon, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, and an Armed Forces Medal. His military service was something of great pride for James, and thus it was fitting that he served for many years as the District 2 representative on the City of San Antonio's Commission for Veterans Affairs. It's also very weird for me to call him James. He also contributed his time being active in his neighborhood, the East Village Neighborhood Association, where his wife, Miss Millie Devno, served as president. Otherwise, he was simply a wonderful man who enjoyed fishing, woodworking, and spending time as a ham radio operator. We will all miss him dearly, and today here to receive the proclamation in his honor is Joey Palacios. Joey, we understand Mr. Devno was like a second father to you, and we send our love and condolences for your loss, and the floor is yours.
Councilman, I appreciate it. Thank you. Council, as I mentioned, my name is Joey Palacios. I know each of you. I'm not speaking to you today as a reporter, but as a friend of James Devno, and on behalf of his family, his wife Millie, his daughter, his children Jesse and James. Regret that they were not able to be here today due to medical reasons and work travel. They asked me to thank you for taking the time to recognize him. Jim was one of the first men that I looked up to growing up. I've known him my entire life as his son and I grew up together. Our parents were friends before we were born, and our families would spend many life celebrations together. Jim was a man who fought for what he believed in, as displayed in his commitments and dedication to the Army, his family, and his community. 2 days ago would have marked Jim's 70th birthday. His marriage to his wife, Millie, lasted 50 years. Both Millie and Jim have approached this same podium and advocated for the rights and concerns of their District 2 neighborhood in Northeast San Antonio. He loved this community and this city. In addition to his work on San Antonio's Veterans Commission, he was well known for his mission in making Bexar County a better place for its vets. During his funeral at Fort Sam Houston's National Cemetery last Friday, he received proclamations from both the offices of State Rep. Barbara Gervin-Hawkins and Bexar County Commissioner Tommy Calvert and the court, a sign of his dedication to public service. Today, his legacy lives on in his children. His daughter, Jessie, is a police officer, and James is a Defense Federal employee. Jim wanted to make an impact, and he did. And I've been proud to know him, and he will be greatly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Now I'll
I have another
recognize.
I have another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, in recognizing the blood shortage, and I believe a few other of my colleagues will be mentioning their blood drives, I'm asking all D2 residents and friends of District 2 to join our office in the City Council Blood Drive Challenge. Our event will be held tomorrow on Friday, August 12th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Claude W. Black Community Center. And once again, I have to name that I am asking all of you to donate blood, and I myself am not able to due to homophobic and anti-LGBTQ regulations that prevent gay men from giving blood. So I ask for all of you to please give blood in my place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Now I'd like to recognize Councilmember Cabello Haverda with a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mayor. I invite everyone this morning to remember and honor Mr. Kenneth Platt. Mr. Platt was one of only 3 remaining survivors of the attack on Pearl Harbor who live in San Antonio. Mr. Platt passed away 2 weeks ago at the age of 101, and we share our condolences with his wife of 76 years, Lorena, and his son, Wayne. As a matter of fact, Mr. Platt is being laid to rest today. He was the embodiment of living history. With his loss, we're reminded of how fragile our memory is. We're now several generations away from the Second World War, the attack on U.S. soil that sparked our country's involvement. We've come to regard Mr. Platt and his contemporaries as the greatest generation. The men and women of that era earned the title through strength, determination, and sacrifice. Mr. Platt's story is brimming with all 3. He joined the Army as a volunteer before Pearl Harbor when he was 15 years old. He lied about his age, and the recruiter believed him. But he was a strong farm boy from Lufkin, Texas, and completed basic training and was assigned to Hawaii. The attack on the morning of December 7th included Wheeler Field, 18 miles from Battleship Row, and across the street from Schofield Barracks, where Kenneth Platt was asleep that Sunday morning. Bullets ripped through the windows and came within inches of hitting him. After the Army, he re-enlisted in the Air Force as a mechanic. We do well in remembering his life and his duty to our country. The last of our treasures of the greatest generation are leaving us after lives very well lived, and we owe them much more than a moment of silence. But this morning, that's what we offer. Please join me in a moment of silence in remembrance of Mr. Platt. Thank you. And thank you to the San Antonio Express News for providing the pictures of Mr. Platt. I also want to take some time this morning to remember and honor the men and women who bravely represented their country and were wounded or killed while serving. This past Sunday was Purple Heart Day, and I didn't want this week to go by without honoring the many Purple Heart recipients in our city, as well as those who may be with us today who have been awarded the Purple Heart. Many veterans carry visible wounds, others carry wounds we cannot see, but we all carry deep debt for your service and your sacrifice. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Haverda. Now I'd like to recognize Councilmember Pelaez with a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mayor. Last night, some of you may have noticed, City Hall was lit orange at my request to commemorate Agent Orange Awareness Day, which is recognized annually on August 10th. For those of you that don't know the history of Agent Orange, it was a chemical defoliant that was sprayed all over Vietnam, killing hundreds of people. And they sprayed people in Laos, including our own service members. To this day, Americans and Vietnamese people experience birth defects, and they're still feeling the ripple effects of what everybody recognizes was a war crime and a crime against humanity, and a violation of international agreements at the time. The United States knew that they were violating the agreements, and they sprayed anyway. Completely unforgivable, and we have San Antonians who are suffering the consequences of Agent Orange. I have what is almost a family member who recently passed away. His name is John Salome. He's on my mind today and this week. And to Marta and his children in El Paso, I hope that you know that in San Antonio we're honoring the contribution of veterans like John and the contributions by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of American family members to support the veterans who continue to struggle with the consequences of Agent Orange. Thank you to City Council and to City staff for agreeing to light Agent Orange in recognition of this important day, and my hope is that we never forget when we stumble like this as a country, and that we always take up the opportunities to thank those who fight for our freedoms and who sacrifice so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. All right, we have a full agenda today. We have items 3, 4, and 5 related to the FY23 budget to be heard. We also have a consent agenda after that with no additional items to be pulled at this time. Let me ask my colleagues if there are any items from the consent agenda to pull for individual consideration.
21, please.
Item 21. Any others? Okay, if they're not, then I'll entertain a motion for the balance of the consent agenda. That's all items save for 3, 4, 5, and 21.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second for the consent agenda. I'll take public comment on folks who have signed up to speak on those items that are on consent. I don't see anybody signed up to speak on those items. So we'll go into council discussion now on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight item 20 in the grants application and awards for the ordinance authorizing the acceptance of grant funds not to exceed $280,000 from the Office of the Governor, Public Safety Office, Criminal Justice Division for the DNA testing of sexual assault. I just want everyone to know what hard work the Public Safety Committee is doing, how important these grants are, and stress that that we need to combat the violence against women and promote bodily autonomy for them and for everyone's healthcare decision. So I'm glad to move this forward and accept this so we can help just make sure that we are getting the cases done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Any further comment? Councilmember Cabello Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment on item 20 as well. This public safety grant is for the DNA testing of sexual assault kits. The grant will help SAPD keep our community safe and avoid investigation backlogs. We've had several presentations about this grant at the Public Safety Committee, and I'm grateful to see this award coming to our city. The DNA testing of sexual assault evidence kits is a vital component for our justice system to help our community. It's important that we continue to ensure that police and prosecutors have what they need in order to help those that experience sexual assault. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello Haverda. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I'd like to highlight items 13 to 19. Together, these 7 conservation easement agreements will protect a total of 1,512 acres over the Edwards Aquifer contributing zone. I appreciate city staff's effort to protect drinking water and to the property owners who are joining us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, there is a motion and a second for the balance of the consent agenda, all items save for 3, 4, 5, and 21. Please vote. Motion carries. All right, we'll move now to the budget items, and we'll go ahead and take up item 3 for briefing at this time. Madam Clerk, if you could read the caption.
Item number 3 is a presentation of the City of San Antonio 2023 proposed operating and capital budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022, and approving the following related ordinances.
All right, we'll hear the presentation, then we'll take up public comment for those who have signed up to speak. So, Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm standing here before you again as my 4th proposed budget before the Council. Looking back over the last 4 years, there's been nothing normal, if you can define normal. And I want to thank in advance the Council for working with the staff to begin our budget process earlier this year with our goal-setting session that we started in April, the additional public town halls that we had in May and June and early July. And I shared with you, and I'll share in the presentation, the results of the community survey on the trial budget. That gave us all a little bit more time to be thoughtful about the proposed budget and the investments for not only the next 12 months, but the next 24 months. So the proposed budget is built on the council priorities you set in April and the community priorities that they set as part of their survey. The proposed budget gives money back to residents, and we'll cover that. It's obviously a big topic that will be included within the discussions over the next month, but the council took early action in June to make adjustments to the property tax exemptions, which was your #1 priority as we went through the April work session. The proposed budget invests in the retention and recruitment of employees, and we've talked about that since January. We are a major employer in this community and are in competition with every other employer, and it was a key factor and a key part of my deliberations this summer. The proposed budget makes significant investments in infrastructure and major city facilities, and we'll talk about that with the passage of the $1.2 billion bond program and the commitment to have 90% of that work completed or under construction by the time we go back to the voters in 2027, expansion of the airport, the Alamo Dome and Convention Center, and a whole host of city facilities that are included in the proposed budget. And then lastly, the proposed budget invests in our community, and we'll talk about the highlights in this presentation. So our SA Speak Up program, 10 budget town halls throughout the city through May and July. The survey was open from June 4th to July 8th. We advertised both on social media, festivals, farmers markets. We were all over the city in order to get that feedback that we received from the community. Over 11,000 participants participated in the survey. And the top 5 most important city services to the public Property tax relief was number one, which mirrored the council's top priority from your April conversation. Police, fire, streets and infrastructure, and parks and recreation. So from the standpoint going into the budget, the priorities set by the council, which included property tax relief, employee compensation, infrastructure, public health, public safety, affordable housing, matched up very nicely with the survey results from the public. So our FY 23 budget is $3.4 billion, all funds. It's 10.9% higher than 2022. Our general fund is proposed at $1.5 billion. Our restricted funds, which include grants, solid waste, the airport, is at $1.2 billion, and our capital budget at $641 million. Now, part of that grant allocation within our restricted funds is our ARPA plan. $490 million has been awarded to the city in a variety of areas to include the general ARPA, the airport, housing assistance, and $156.4 million is included in the FY 23 budget. And that's consistent with the framework that the council approved earlier this year. It's also consistent with the work that the council committees are doing on the 7 ARPA spending categories, which will be coming to council over the next 3 months for completion for that spending plan. Let's talk a little bit about the general fund, which is obviously the focus of many of our general revenues and where we pay for our basic services. The general fund is increasing to $1.51 billion. It's a 7.2% increase in operating expenses and an 11% increase overall when you include one-time expenses. We have one-time expenses that we'll talk about over the next month related to facility work at our parks facilities, our libraries, and one-time improvements. So, but looking at just operating to operating increase is a little over 7%. Our general fund budget, as you look at we like to call the spinning wheel chart that we've used, shows that police and fire, public safety expenses obviously are still the majority of our general fund. Next year in the proposed budget, the public safety percentage of the general fund is 60.7%. And we'll talk a little bit about what's included in both those departments. But you'll also notice that over to the far left, there's in our revenues, there's $16.5 million for ARPA. That's consistent with the 2-year plan that the council approved last year. In this year's budget, we had $30.5 million in the 2022 budget, scaling down to $16.5 million in next year's proposed budget, and then thereafter, those ARPA dollars will have been exhausted. So, relief to residents. I mentioned earlier the council took a number of actions in June this year in order to put in place adjustments to exemptions that had to be done before July 1st to be included in this year's budget. And you did that in June. That amounted to $22.5 million in additional property tax relief next year to San Antonio property owners. The other category of $50 million we'll take some time talking about, but it's what we're calling a customer energy credit. Now, let me talk about the property tax first. So these are the items that the council took action on in June. We increased our homestead exemption from 0.1% to 10%. We increased the disabled person exemptions from $12,500 to $85,000. And we increased the over 65 exemption from $65,000 to $85,000. Now, we still have a senior tax freeze in place, and all told, the $22.5 million in adjustments that the council approved in June, coupled with the $74 million in senior tax freeze and existing exemptions, all told, the city will be foregoing $95 million in property tax in next year's budget. So what you did, the actions you took in June, built upon that $74 million that we had prior. You know, you see the note down at the very bottom. We wanted to include this, and we'll obviously have more conversations as we go through the budget work sessions, but you talked about in April at your work session setting aside some sort of educational component so that as you have community meetings or neighborhood and housing services is out in the community, but having some framework to make sure that we provide the education and sometimes maybe the assistance to folks to apply for exemptions that haven't been applied for. Certainly a lot of that information is available through the appraisal district, and I've been to a number of meetings over the last 3 or 4 months where they're offering those services. We're proposing to set aside money that we'll develop in partnership with neighborhood and housing services, and frankly, anytime we're out in the community, so that we can provide that information to folks and maybe sometimes help them apply for those exemptions that they're entitled to. Not only the homestead exemptions, but the disabled and the over 65 exemptions. So remember, part of our strategy in June was to make those exemption changes to homesteads, the disabled community, over 65, and to also have the property tax rate decrease. And in June, when we talked to you, based on the appraised values that the estimates we had from the appraisal district at that time, we were estimating a 1.3 cent decrease in the property tax rate. With the certified roll we received at the end of July, it's a little bit more of a rate reduction. It's 1.67 cents. We saw overall a growth in value of 9.8%. And the big part of that that is important to a growing city like San Antonio is of that 9.8%, 1.9 was made up of new improvements, both commercial and residential, over the last year. The city's property tax rate has been reduced 8 times, and the last time we reduced this rate was in 2016, FY 2016. So obviously, many of your constituents have seen increased values, and so from a staff perspective, having that conversation in April with the council, the May trial budget conversations put us in a position where we could take action quick and do that in June, and I thank the council for that. So the customer energy credit, part of our financial policies, generally speaking in a normal year, call for the expectation that our CPS revenue, which is almost 1/3 of our general fund revenue, comes in over budget. We are moderately conservative, and that helps us adhere to a 2-year balanced budget policy. It's okay to we expect to be 2, 3, maybe 4% over. It's not a guarantee because weather drives a lot of that. Fuel prices drive much of that. And you've seen the chart that Ben and Troy have showed you when you look back the ups and downs of CPS revenue to the city. That's a return to the city as the owner of CPS, as the owner of the utility. If CPS was a private sector company, they would be paying property taxes to us for the right-of-way and the use of that right-of-way. And so when the city purchased CPS 60-some-odd years ago, 70-some-odd years ago, that's an investment that, as a city, we benefit from. We have 3 main revenue sources in the general fund. Many other major Texas cities and smaller cities in Texas have 2, sales tax and property tax. So that's given us the ability to manage and have a diversified revenue basis. This year's been a little bit different. In May, when we came here for the trial budget, we anticipated, given the natural gas price increases that everybody saw earlier in the year because of geopolitical issues, we told you that we expected to be $35 million over budget in terms of revenue from CPS, given that. And there, soon after, we have seen an increase in demand. CPS has seen an increase in demand because of the heat this summer. It has not been a normal San Antonio summer of 6 or 7 days over 100 degrees. We've seen 2 straight months, almost, of over 100-degree weather. So obviously demand coupled with the price of natural gas has had an impact not only on CPS, but an impact on us. Our projection for FY22, this fiscal year, is that we will end the year $75 million over budget when we take into consideration the expectation that heat will continue at the current gas rates for August and September. So much more than we have ever seen in the past. The revenue we received from CPS in June and July were the highest months we've ever received in the history of ownership of CPS. And certainly it is something we had a lot of conversation on throughout the summer. To be honest with you, as we went through the summer, the number kept going up because our public utility staff and Ben Gorzel, our public utility supervisor, working closely with CPS, monitoring that impact. So my recommendation to the council is that in light of the fact that we have seen extraordinary high abnormal revenue growth here with the city, at the same time we have, and I say we because we are all ratepayers as well, at the same time that CPS customers have seen extraordinarily high bills over the last couple of months, that we do our part as the owner. My proposal is that we do our part to the customers of CPS. This is an unusual situation to be in. And obviously I know it warrants probably a lot more policy conversation from the council, because you have to ask yourself the question, are we going to be in a position from a climate standpoint where it snows for a week one year and then it's over 100 degrees for 2.5 months the next year? This is not the norm. Or is it the norm? And that's a much larger conversation. Much like we did after Winter Storm Uri, when CPS reported to the council that they had almost $1 billion worth of natural gas bills. The city took action quickly and swiftly and said at the very front of that conversation, we were not going to collect our 14% return. This is similar. The difference is that we've collected that money because people are paying their electricity bills. The proposal of the $50 million is broken up into two areas. One would be a $5 million contribution to the Residential Energy Assistance Program, the REAP program, which is a low-income assistance program for eligible residential customers of CPS. And I'm proposing that we would work with CPS to amend the REAP guidelines. Right now in that program, eligible residential customers can only go to that fund twice a year. So with an additional $5 million, amend those guidelines so that folks can go to that source more than twice a year. And then the other $45 million would be credited to all CPS Energy customers' October bills. The vast majority of that $45 million would go to residential customers. And the proposal does not distinguish between where you live. It's based on whether or not you're a CPS Energy customer. It does not distinguish between residential and commercial. It is all CPS customers. In essence, it is a credit that is distributed in the same way the money was collected to the city. The average residential electrical bill in the month of July was $230. And based on this proposal and the distribution, that would result in an average of $31 credit that would be applied to an October bill. It's based on energy usage. So if you used more than the average, you'd get a larger credit. If you used less than the average, then you would get a smaller credit. In order to get this into the October bill, the council will need to take action by September 1st. As we launch into the budget work sessions that begin next week, this will be the first budget work session, because I know it is something that's going to warrant a lot more council conversation and time for your consideration. I also know that, or we also know, that this will not eliminate anybody's past due bills. This will not pay for anybody's complete CPS utility bill in the month of October. But it is, in my professional opinion, the right thing to do given the abnormal situation we all find ourselves in. And so that conversation, I suspect, will continue next week, probably later on today, and we look forward to that conversation. Our general fund revenues, and we've talked about a couple of them right now, the takeaway really from a general fund revenue standpoint is that our 2022 estimated revenues are about 10% above what we budgeted. The FY23 revenue is slightly less, you see on the chart, and that's primarily because we are not assuming we will collect $75 million over budget in revenue from CPS next year. And we also have a decrease in the ARPA allocation that I mentioned earlier. Our sales tax receipts have been strong, much like many other Texas cities over the last year. In spite of inflation, sales tax has been strong, and in next year, we're projecting a 3% growth on top of that strength that we've seen earlier this year. And then in terms of property tax, with the exemptions in place and the changes, we are projecting to collect $24.5 million more in revenue next year in terms of property tax. Let me talk about something that I know the council has been on the front of the mind of the council. We've talked about since earlier this year, but the job market and how that impacts us as a major employer. With inflation at what it's at, unemployment relatively low in Texas, and higher than average job growth, it is an employee's market right now. And as a major employer, we've had to do things that I don't think we've ever had to do, like provisionally hire folks in order to get them in the slots sooner. Overall, pre-pandemic, on average, for a civilian job, we'd get about 100 applications on average. We're down to less than 50 right now. So that tells us that it is the employee's market, and we need to do things quicker from a processing standpoint in order to fill our positions. We are not the private sector. We're not a business. We can't afford to shut down solid waste routes or not answer 911 calls. The public expects it, and so filling our positions is critical. Pre-pandemic, our vacancy rate of our roughly a little more than 7,000 civilian employees was about 7.6% on average. At the height of our hiring freeze and the pandemic, we got up to about 15%. Last fall, we were at 12 and 11. Today, we're at 9.7%. So we are making progress. We've made market adjustments for about 2,300 employees in April. We did that with existing budget because we had vacancy savings. Our HR department, as part of this year's budget plan, started doing a market analysis of all of our civilian jobs. The last time the city did that was in 2008. And when we did it in 2008, we used 2005 data. So inflation aside, labor demands and labor market changes aside, we knew we were going to have some catching up to do in order to stay competitive. Our turnover, or what we call voluntary turnover, employees leaving for other employment, peaked earlier this year. That number has started to come down based on those market adjustments we made in April. So I'll also remind you that the council approved through our ARPA framework a $10 million allocation for the retention of employees, which was issued to all employees in early June. The market adjustments in the spring, the ARPA retention payment, the processing time adjustments we've made, all help us fill those positions and have given us additional ledge to continue to make improvements. You'll also recall, I reported to the council earlier this year, we surveyed our civilian employees. Over 5,000 of our over 7,000 employees responded to that survey. The top three things they said were pay us what the market is calling for, protect our health care, and fill our vacancies and get them help. So that's what this proposed budget is doing. I don't know any other major employer that can survey 7,000 employees and get a 70% response rate. So we listened. In next year's proposed budget, we're going to do four things. One is a 5% across the board for all civilian employees. The second is a minimum of 2% market adjustment for every civilian employee. So about 2/3 of our 7,000 employees will see a 2%. A little less than 1/3 of our civilian employees will see an increase, a market adjustment between 2 and 7. And that's based on the market analysis and how we compare. There are certain jobs that we have, and when you really think about the types of jobs that we have and career fields we have with the city, we run the gambit. But certain jobs that we have are going to necessitate a little bit more of a adjustment in terms of market. Of our over 7,000 employees, we have 244 employees that will see a market adjustment of more than 7%. It's critical that we have trades, plumbers, inspectors, electricians who are in high demand right now, licensed vocational nurses, our public health outreach workers, those specific categories, and that's just a couple, and we will have a work session to kind of walk through this. But it is critical to make sure that we are competitive in the market and fill our positions and get the employees the help they need. The third thing we're going to do is proposing to increase the entry-level wages into the city to $17.50. Currently, it's $15.60. You'll recall we adjusted that to $15.60 last summer to get ahead, and we quickly got behind as the year went on. This entry wage into the city is not only for full-time and part-time employees, it's for all seasonal and temporary employees that are critical. Last week, you acknowledged the ambassador program and those great college students that we want to stay in San Antonio and one day, hopefully work for the city of San Antonio. Those folks were making $11 an hour. My son works at the largest grocery store in San Antonio, picking up carts and bagging groceries, and he makes more money than that. So we have got to be competitive. So that's the third thing we're going to do. The fourth thing we're going to do is in our civilian health care, about 68% of our employees of our civilian employees are in what's called the post-2009 health care. Now, all civilians have the same type of health care, but the city made changes back in 2009, and anybody that was hired after that pays a higher health care premium. Now, the pre-2009 employees are dwindling, and eventually they'll be gone. We have 68% of our civilian employees that are post-2009. 2 years ago, in the height of the pandemic, we reduced premiums for those employees by 10%, and we've held that 10% for the last 2 years. Our civilian employees have been excellent at managing their health care, and frankly, this is something that we can afford to do in our civilian health care system. So I'm proposing a 20% decrease in the health care premiums for those 68% of our civilian employees. Those are the four strategies that we've got, in addition to a number of other things that we'll present to you in the work session. But this is by far one of the greatest investments we've made in our civilian workforce, and it is needed. I'm not doing my job unless they're doing their job, and it affects you too. We want the council, the employees want me, the executives, the department executives want the employees to all succeed, and we've got to make sure that we compensate the employees, we compete in the market. That's how we get the job done in the city, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. High priority for you and the public alike was infrastructure maintenance. Next year's budget includes $154.4 million in a variety of infrastructure maintenance to include our street maintenance program. That does include the $10 million ARPA allocation the council approved earlier this year. $21 million in sidewalks. That includes a $6 million infusion using CPS one-time funds. But we're also going to be doing things we haven't done before. Non-service alley maintenance was a big issue that you talked about at the April work session. We do not routinely do non-service alley maintenance. We do maintenance in the alleys where we're collecting solid waste. So next year, we're going to start doing maintenance in those non-service alleys. We're also going to start replacing guardrails within the city. This is a big organization, and I've been with the city for over 28 years, and I learn something practically every week. I did not know that the City of San Antonio Public Works Department does not replace guardrails after accidents. So we're going to start doing that in next year's budget. So overall, it's a little over $13 million increase in our infrastructure maintenance budget in next year's budget, and as it compared to this year's. Our SA Forward plan, we are, the FY23 proposed budget follows our plan. We have a 5-year plan to increase our investment in public health and the categories, the 6 key priority areas of our SA Forward plan of access to care, food systems, mental health, technology and the infrastructure of the department, violence prevention, and health equity and social justice. And part of that plan over 5 years called for, as federal dollars are ending, that is an investment that we take in within our own budget. And we're scaling that over time. Part of what we talked about last year was having a plan and then checking it annually to make sure that we can afford it. So next year's proposed budget begins to move $3.8 million of that $5.8 million into our general fund budget. The second part of the SA Forward plan, and something that was not necessarily envisioned when it was designed last year, was the creation of the UT School of Public Health here in San Antonio. You may have noticed 2 weeks ago, Dr. Amy and Dr. Henrich announced the hiring of the new dean for the new School of Public Health here in San Antonio, a collaboration between UTSA and UT Health. The proposed budget is proposing a 5-year commitment of $10 million, $2 million a year towards that partnership. And Dr. Henrich will be here when we talk about the Metro Health budget, but in essence, it's a 4-way partnership. And there's a benefit to the city of San Antonio and Metro Health. The county has allocated $10 million towards this. This is $10 million from the city over 5 years. UTSA and UT Health are committing $5 million each for $10 million, and they will be approaching the UT Board of Regents for the final $10 million, all equally in partnership. The benefit to Metro Health, it helps us from a workforce standpoint. We are one of the largest public health departments in the country that does not have an established academic partnership. So it benefits us from that standpoint. Combining the academic experience that those master's and doctorate level students will have through the school with what we do real world on the street is a benefit to the students and us, because that's additional resources for us and it's better experience for them. It will also open up the possibilities for both institutions, the city and UT Health, to additional grant opportunities because of that academic partnership. So this is an exciting addition to what we do in terms of public health, which in a lot of ways is the common thread that runs through a lot of what we do at the city. Fire and EMS, mental health, homelessness, infrastructure development, parks programming, and violence prevention. So this is included in the proposed budget and an exciting addition to the SA Forward plan. So while we're talking about Metro Health, let me talk a little bit about mental health. And the public safety has had numerous conversations about this. In this year's budget, we established the multidisciplinary team approach to 911 calls, what is called SA Core, and that pilot launched in April. Our timeline is to monitor as we go along. The timeline for evaluation will be next spring. Maria Villagomez and others have gone on ride-alongs with the SA Core to really measure its effectiveness. So the proposed budget sets aside $2 million for the conversations that the council, the Public Safety Committee and the council should have next spring about possible expansion of the SA Core, but also an additional element of possibly having resources at our 911 center. We get between 26, 27, 28,000 mental health calls to the 911 system every year. As we work more in this area, we think that based on the experience, many of those 911 calls that don't involve weapon or some sort of violent act can be handled differently at that point. Much like we have paramedics answering the calls and providing instructions over the line in terms of an emergency medical situation, but having clinicians there to help folks get connected or talk them through a situation. Now, obviously, some element of our 27,000 calls involve weapons, and those are going to require a different response. But that conversation we expect to continue with our partners and the Public Safety Committee as we go through this, and the proposed budget sets aside $2 million so that the council's got some flexibility next spring to evaluate and expand in this necessary area. We don't want to not continue to make progress in this area. This was very important for the council 2 years ago. It was important this time last year as we had these conversations, and we know we want to expand, but we want to do it smartly that has the most effective use of the resources, and more importantly, to those 27,000 folks that are calling 911 every year. Affordable housing, a topic that the council talked about last week at your council meeting with the CDBG and home budget. You talked about it yesterday. One of your top priorities, the proposed budget includes $136 million in affordable housing. And that's made up of the $99 million in bond programming that you talked about yesterday as part of the solicitations, and $37 million in our general fund, CDBG, and home budget, all in alignment with the strategic housing implementation plan. So, much like Metro Health, we have a plan and we work our plan. Our anticipation, you heard this number yesterday from Veronica, our target for FY23 with that $136 million is 2,500 housing units. When you look forward, not only into 2023, but into 2027, between the $150 million in voter-approved bond funding, funding from the general fund and CDBG and home, $316 million over the next 5 years in affordable housing. And Councilman Courage, as you and I talked earlier in the week, this does not include the leveraged funding that we expect to get from housing tax credits and those developments that we'll see through the solicitation. This is just in our bonds and our general fund, our CDBG, and our home budget. And as you talked yesterday, the readiness of the community, nonprofit or profit, as you talked yesterday, and the leveraging of resources will allow us, our goal is to maintain on par and on plan with the strategic housing implementation plan. Now, we're also doing something in the proposed budget that Councilwoman Castillo and a number of you talked about earlier in the year in the work session as it relates to code compliance. And we had a lot of conversation over the summer about what type of assistance some may find themselves needing if they are in a position where they are in a code violation situation and they need help fixing it. Mike Shannon and his team were extremely creative in their conversations, and as we talked this summer, one of the things we didn't want to do was recreate an assistance program in development services. So we're adding 2 housing navigators into the proposed budget and making it the role of every housing navigator to be that connect for those individuals that may need that type of help. And we'll be adding a liaison in code compliance to be that connect to the housing navigators. The housing navigators have become, as we've learned through the pandemic, and there's a recurring theme here, it's not about housing. They're dealing with ready to work. They're dealing with human service, our Department of Human Services. They are becoming an entry point for a large degree of our population. So from my standpoint, it made sense to consolidate that and make it the role of all of our housing navigators. They will continue to play a larger and larger role in our community as affordable housing continues to be a priority for this council. I didn't do that. Somebody needs to fix that one. I think I'm on parks. Okay. There we go. Parks and Recreation, the fifth highest item on the citizen survey from our trial budget. $19.6 million additional dollars in Parks and Recreation improvements. And frankly, I'm excited about the $7.7 million in renovations and improvements we'll be doing in 17 parks facilities. You know, last year we did a lot of work in looking at our municipal facilities in anticipation of the bond program. And remember and it's hard to believe, it was almost a year ago, the very first conversation we had about the bond program and the list we had of projects that totaled $3.3 billion, and the process we had to go through in order to get down to $1.2 billion. That does not negate the fact that many of our facilities need renovation and improvements. So in next year's budget, $7.7 million for 17 parks facilities, and Homer and David will go through those facilities when we go through the Parks and Recreation budget. The budget also includes $10 million to continue the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program, a program that was very important to the council, and as you made the decision to place the Ready to Work proposition on the ballot. One of the priorities of the council was to determine and calculate a way to continue the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program that had been in place for 20 years with use of sales tax. The council approved a plan using Municipal Facility Corporation where we would utilize the funding sources, one or two funding sources. One, issue debt from our SAWS operating revenue, an increment of that, or use CPS one-time resources from the city. So I'm proposing in next year's budget to not issue debt and to use $10 million and couple that with the $8.5, $9 million we have remaining in sales tax dollars to pursue an estimated 6,000 acres in next year's budget. So not issue debt, use the money we have on hand to continue that program. We also have $1.5 million for things that will be opening up this year. We have the Woodlawn Park Multi-Generational Center, the District 4 Multi-Generational Center, 181 new acres of parks, and 2.45 miles of trails that will be coming online. In terms of public safety and the police department, in a number of areas, you're well aware of the UTSA study on crime, violent crime reduction. That plan will be brought to council later this fall. And the council took action earlier this summer to apply for 50 officers through the Department of Justice COPS grant. We had to set aside funds for the general fund match in next year's budget, and we'll know in mid-September on the results of that grant allocation. We're also adding 28 police supervisors to the North St. Mary's, the North St. Mary's SAPD station, which is scheduled to open in early 2024. We'll need to hire those positions beginning next spring and summer to have them in place. We are adding the supervisory elements for the entire station. We also have $6.2 million for the collective bargaining agreement that the council approved earlier this year. Police officers will receive a 3.5% increase effective April 1st. And then we have $1.7 million in the proposed budget to replace our in-car video system. In terms of fire, we will be proposing to add a medical first responder unit to Fire Station 24, which new Fire Station 24 will open up here in a couple of months. It was a 2017 bond program. It's off Austin Highway near the borders of 2 and 10, Districts 2 and 10. And we'll have the capacity in the new station to be able to add resources into that station. We're also proposing to add a ladder company that'll be assigned to Fire Station 45. This ladder company, this additional resource in order to stay on top of the increased calls and our response times, we actually had planned on adding in fiscal year 21, but in the midst of the pandemic could not afford it, and we've held off the last 2 years. Next year's budget, we will be adding 15 firefighter positions in that ladder company. And then finally, the proposed budget does include $7.1 million for our collective bargaining agreement with the firefighters. Our library system, again, renovations and improvements to 8 libraries throughout the system at $3.2 million. We are also able to accelerate a plan that the library board and Ramiro developed right before the pandemic to increase our library materials budget up to a median of $3.20 per capita. And we have not been able to do that the last 2 years. Next year's proposed budget includes an additional $1.5 million to that materials budget for a total of $6.7 million, frankly, to accelerate that plan, knowing that we weren't able to do that over the last 2 years, and we're proposing to accelerate that to get to 6.7 and hit that goal that the library board and Ramiro and his team have established. Human Services, an additional $3.9 million in investment. You know, I mentioned the housing navigators earlier and the lessons we learned that we only learned because of the urgency related to the response to the pandemic. Another area where we have learned lessons is how we do homeless outreach and how we work with our homeless agency partners. The proposed budget includes $1.3 million for homeless outreach and hotline, our homeless hotline, a total of 13 individuals, positions that have been funded for the last 2 years using emergency shelter grant CARES dollars. They're a necessary addition to that outreach. And I'm proposing that we include that in next year's proposed budget in order to continue that work they do out in the field. The proposed budget also includes $1.2 million to extend the low barrier shelter that we have downtown that we utilized federal dollars over the last year to operate. It's a low barrier shelter. It's much needed. It is hugely expensive, and Sam Ministries has been operating that wraparound center for us. But during fiscal year 23, we will need to have further conversations about how we transition that service. Sam Ministries will be opening up their own low barrier shelter in early 2023, and that's a much larger conversation for both us with our partners and here with the council. The proposed budget only includes a 6-month extension at $1.2 million for that low barrier shelter, both for the lease, but the operations and the wraparound services. We have a little over $800,000 for the operations of the new District 4 Heritage Center, Northwest Heritage Center. $500,000 continuation of the older adult technology services, and then $100,000 for the Seniors in Play program, which I know was kind of cobbled together with the work of many of the council members to re-engage our seniors as they come back to our senior centers, and we're setting aside additional funding in next year's budget to be able to expand that. In terms of economic development, in this year's budget, in terms of economic development, we had $2.6 million total. Next year's proposed budget is $10 million. $5.5 million for citywide economic development opportunities and the conversations that we have throughout the year, potential partnerships with other agencies as we look to continue the conversation the council has had earlier this year, has had through ARPA, and be poised to take advantage of opportunities as we continue to grow as a community. There's also $500,000 to support a small minority women-owned business procurement opportunity, which is some work that has been done earlier in the year with the San Antonio Area Foundation and the Aspen Institute on how public agencies can work together to increase contracting opportunities for small minority, women-owned local businesses here in San Antonio. We do a very good job, and you see the stats all the time. They're part of our solicitations. We have an ordinance in place. We're updating that ordinance with a new disparity study. And we want to be able to work with other public agencies and act as a guide and create that forum with others here in the community. We have $2.5 million for city fee waivers. And I remind the council that the majority of that, $1.5 million, is designated by the council for affordable housing, and then $1.5 million for inner city incentive development. Animal care services, $1.2 million in an additional emergency overflow and transport kennel there on site. ACS is doing more transport of animals and working with other groups. And as we do that, and as we do more of that, those transport animals are taking up kennel space. So we'll be building a smaller building there on site to be able to give us additional capacity. And then we're going to be making improvements, or proposing to make improvements in our clinic services, as well as our customer service teams there on site, as well as improvements on site to our 5 playgrounds for the animals. So the San Antonio International Airport, total proposed budget is $137.1 million. And I think the story here is that passenger growth, we're almost to 2019 levels. And activity, and if you've been to the airport, you've seen how busy the airport is. So we're almost back to 2019 levels, but our revenue is up 10% above 2019. So revenue is up at the airport, which is critical. Jesus and his team are working on new airlines and routes as we go forward. We will have 3 gates opening up at the end of this year and in January of 23. Those gates are much needed at the airport for that capacity. We are underway with the advanced planning for the terminal development program and all the other enabling projects. And we'll be coming to you in the fall with an update on that. We're also underway with the advanced planning of that project. And later on this year, or in early 2023, we'll be coming to the council with an estimated cost of that total program. One of the things we spent a lot of time on this summer was making sure that we could deliver over time the largest capital project the city has ever undertaken. One of the most important ones, because the airport is a major economic generator for the region. We're really good at building fire stations and senior community centers and libraries. We can't take the same approach. We will not take the same approach with the airport. We're making sure that we've got not only the capacity at the airport, but in areas like DSD, to have the airport pay for an entire team of inspectors, full-time, for all the work that will be happening at the airport. So we'll be adding 30 positions at the airport and a number of other support departments over time to make sure that, in normal times, there's a lot of capital work happening at the airport. We're talking about normal times plus the largest capital project the city's ever undertaken. So making sure that we've got the capacity out there is going to be critical in order to deliver this major project. Our hotel occupancy tax, the story here is that when you look at our hotel occupancy tax, that the collections have recovered from the pandemic. But how they've recovered is the second story. Convention business has not returned completely to 2019 levels to our facility. So the recovery of the hot tax has really been driven by leisure travel. Events at the Alamo Dome have increased. The Alamo Dome has recovered from a revenue standpoint. We do expect the convention center business to continue to fully recover in 2024, maybe early 2025, but we're working hard, so our revenue mix has changed. And that's good, because that gives us the flexibility to do things that we need to do for our facilities and our programming. Over the next 6 years, we have $160 million in preventative maintenance, capital replacement, and facility improvements at both the Convention Center and the Alamo Dome. We have improvements at the Alamo Dome that we committed to in order to host the 2025 Final Four, and that work is underway. We have to take care of those buildings. When I say capital replacement, I'm talking about the escalators, the elevators, and making sure that that building works and functions properly and runs smoothly for our customers. Arts and cultural funding is at $7.2 million in the HOT Fund next year. We have restored the film incentive program, and with the additional $15.7 million included in the 2022 bond program, we do have additional funding built in going forward for public art. We are in year 2 of our 3-year funding cycle with the arts agencies, and I know this is an important area for the council, and we will have a work session to discuss this and what that plan is going forward in that area. Our development services budget is almost $49 million. Residential permitting activity over the last year has increased. We are expecting that to continue to increase. Commercial activity has been stable. You know, it's a little bit like a crystal ball. Commercial activity, some will say will hold stable, some will say will slightly decrease. I think the determining factor that the commercial activity is going to be weighing on is interest rates and how that impacts the financing of those projects. Remember, I mentioned earlier in the presentation, 1.9% of our value increase was because of new construction and new improvements. So this is a critical element of our economy. One of the things that we have to make sure, and is our commitment to the development community, the revenue and the fees they pay go towards facilitating that work. And making sure that we adhere to our timelines and our turnaround times. We're proposing to increase our customer service support at the counter, our short-term rental program, as well as our proactive and reactive investigations of our inspectors to make sure that we're providing that service out there. We'll also be making full-time 6 positions that we created in temporary positions earlier this year in order to stay on top of those turnaround times. Those resources are continuing to be needed as we support that development in the community, which is extremely important to us from an economic standpoint. Solid waste management, almost $144 million. We'll need to do some route rebalancing, so we'll be adding additional crews. The route rebalancing is so that we haven't done it in a while. Operationally, as the city continues to grow, you know, our crews are having to pick up more and more, so that rebalancing is critical to making sure that we're providing on-time service during the week. We'll also be proposing to add an additional legal dumping crew, which we added last year, or which we added in this year's budget, and that crew could come to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and still be behind. Their activity is driven by 311 calls, or calls from the city manager, or calls from your office, or helping with homeless encampment cleanup. So we're proposing to add a second crew in next year's budget. I know, and I've had conversations with you, I've had conversations with community members, with you present. The cleanliness of our city is a sore spot for me as city manager, and I know it's a sore spot for you and a sore spot for many of our citizens. And I want additional crews that do nothing but that. I don't want them picking up trash in the mornings, and if they have time, picking up illegal dumps in the afternoon. We need crews, and we frankly can utilize them because we've got that much work. One of the things we talked about in the trial budget was the need to potentially increase the solid waste rate in 2024. And we did additional work this summer. We will need to increase that rate increase in 2024, not in 2023, but the increases, and on the heels of negotiating new landfill agreements in 2025, those are 30-year agreements and have been in place, have been very good agreements for the city of San Antonio. But the cost of services continue to grow up, and as we grow as a city, we will have to look at that this time next year. In our Office of Sustainability, many of you know that Bloomberg provided on-the-ground resources for us for the last couple of years, and that assistance ended earlier this year. So I'm proposing 3 positions, 2 new positions, and 1 is a redirected position, in order to backfill and continue to provide that level of support we need in the Office of Sustainability. I'm also proposing to add 2 positions in our energy efficiency program, which is in our Office of Sustainability, and these folks oversee the implementation of energy efficiency projects within our city facilities. We have 6 projects next year scheduled to the tune of $1.4 million in the proposed budget to retrofit city facilities. Now remember, the Energy Efficiency Fund captures the energy savings that we see from retrofits, uses those savings to do additional projects in the following year. The other aspect, and the reason why I'm proposing 2 positions, because as we launch into the 2022 bond program, and we talk about renovation of parks facilities and libraries and new buildings in the bond program, I want that in-house capacity to be able to make sure that we're building and being thoughtful about the energy efficiency footprint of that building within the project budget. So beefing that staff up is critical for us right now. The capital budget, we will have a work session on nothing but capital budget. It's $641 million. And you'll see this on the next slide. The capital budget that you have, that we will look at, lays out the 5-year spending plan of our 2022 bond program. We have $160 million in next year's budget for the first year of the bond program. The capital budget also includes the improvements that we have scheduled next year for the Convention Center and the Alamo Dome. The capital budget, the 6-year capital budget, includes things like the replacement of 3 fire stations, which was a topic of conversation at the bond committee earlier in the year. The bond included funding to replace Fire Station 10 and Fire Station 33. The other 3 priorities for us as we developed our original plan was the replacement of Fire Station 21 in the Harlandale area and the permanent construction of fire stations at 52 and 53 on the far southwest and far southeast sides of town. Those are temporary buildings, have been temporary buildings for the last 5 or 6 years. Those buildings were temporary because of annexation, and we've included within our 6-year capital budget, as we talked earlier in the year, on a plan to build new stations. So much like we talked about with the airport, checking to make sure that we have the capacity within the organization to deliver and adhere to the promise we made to the voters, the largest bond program we've ever undertaken was part of work we've done over the last several months. We know that we've got to increase capacity within Public Works and the Parks Department to do that work. We're proposing to increase capacity within the Neighborhood and Housing Services Department to do the work that you talked about yesterday in B session, as well as the $45 million in housing rehab that we'll be doing over the term of the bond. But we also looked at the capacity of other areas of our organization. We will be doing more procurement, more solicitations. And in a normal year, the city does a lot of procurement anyway. So making sure that we've got staff dedicated to the delivery of this program, making sure that we have additional staff at economic development to facilitate the conversation with small local businesses, minority-owned businesses, and all those contracting opportunities is part of the plan, making sure to deliver this program. Now, this does not have an impact on our operating budget. We allocate administrative charges to every project budget. That's how we do capital budget, and we can afford to do this in next year's budget going forward. The city's never looked at it this comprehensively. When you think about delivering the bond program, you think of Public Works, and you might think of Parks, no offense, Homer. But you don't think about it delivering the whole package, and we tried to do that in this year's proposed budget. The spending plan for the bond program you see on the slide, and as you heard from Razi in the June B session, most of our construction spending will be towards the end of year 3, 4, and 5. We'll be doing a lot of the design work in the early years. We just this week received the responses to the mass selection process to hire engineers, architects, and landscape architects, and that'll be brought forward to the council this fall so that we can make that selection and get to work on the bond program. So, as I met with the department heads on Tuesday afternoon and thanked them for their work up to this point, we're just passing one gate, and we're entering into the new gate, and there's a lot of work still in front of us as we go forward. We'll have 10 budget work sessions, and that schedule will be sent out to you today, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We'll start next week with the discussion on the credit, the proposed credit to CPS customers. We'll go through 10 district budget town halls. The first one is always seems to be District 10, Councilman. So we'll start with District 10 next Monday, and that'll run through September 1st. We have 2 public hearings scheduled, and the budget adoption is scheduled for September 15th. Mayor and Council, there are a number of other program improvements that I'm excited about that are not in this presentation, but you'll hear about in the program improvement or in the budget work sessions. We're continuing our commitment to Alamo Promise. We're continuing part 2 of what we started this year in terms of our language access plan. We are heavily investing in the Hiring Military Spouse Fellowship Program, more than we've ever spent before in the past. We're enhancing our on-the-ground traffic technicians and making sure that we can continue to respond timely to signalization issues and building those crews up. We're expanding in Public Works, another project team, aside from the capital project, the $154 million we do in streets and sidewalks, and making sure that we have the staff capacity to be able to deliver those projects. So a lot of other programs that are critical to the delivery that you expect, that the public expects, and that I expect, and making sure that we've got those resources. Before I close, and one of the things you'll see, and we'll share this, frankly, it'll be a presentation all on its own, but you'll recall that every 2 years, we do a community survey of city services, and we've been doing it since 2008. And we were scheduled to do it in 2020, and we put a pause on it. You approved earlier in this year the contract to hire an independent company to do this survey work for us. This company does a lot of work for many other major cities here in Texas and other parts of the country. And I'm happy to report that San Antonio, and the response we got from the survey, overall satisfaction of city services has never been this high since we've been surveying since 2008. And not only is overall satisfaction up with city services, but across the board, every one of our services, from fire, library, solid waste, airport, the health department, 311, Parks and Rec, police, animal care services, sustainability, code, and public works, across the board is up. And in particular, Metro Health, code compliance, public works, ACS, and the airport all saw a 15% increase in resident satisfaction. Frankly, this is good news, and I wanted to share it with you, and we will have a whole presentation, but I'm thrilled with the results as city manager. It's a testament to the leadership of this dais, and no offense, It's a testament to the employees. So, with that, thank you for your early work, Mayor and Council. I'd like to recognize all the department executives because they all started working early this year. And I want to thank Justina and the budget team, Troy and his finance team, Renee at HR, and in particular, I don't know if he's in here, because I probably almost made him quit this summer, Dan Williams at HR, because I made him run 1,800 scenarios in terms of employee compensation. So thank you, Dan, for spending your time with the city manager this summer. Finally, the executive leadership team, who lead their areas of business. And last and not least, and you know who they are, Ben Gorzel and Maria Villa-Gomez. So this is just the beginning. I know we have a month of hard work, and I want to thank the employees. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Eric. Good job, and noted recognition for our city employees. And I know that we have, I think, virtually our entire budget office here in the audience today. So why don't all of our city staff, the budget office, stand up so we can recognize you. You've been at hard work throughout the summer and have done a great job with this budget. So. All right. Well, before we get into council discussion, we do have a few folks signed up to speak on our budget, and this is on items 3, 4, and 5. We do have action on items 4 and 5, but we're taking the one presentation, so we'll take discussion now on items 3, 4, and 5. We'll start with Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, you'll be followed by Ananda Thomas.
Well, Mayor Nuremberg and other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Yes, and I must say, Mr. Bravo, I was really impressed with your invocator's non-Christian Christian invocation. It was one for the books.
On the budget, Jack.
The budget. Ah, yes, Mr. Mayor. If you will look at the front page there, it says City Malls credit for CPS customers. What is the, blow up that underlined area, Mr. Audiovisual Man. City of San Antonio wants to provide some relief by giving households a credit of about $30, yeah, on average, on their October bills. Yes, return the camera to the podium if you would. Yeah, $30 for 1 month. 1 month, yes, after our average bill is, what did you say, $230 a month? Woo, yeah. You know, you could, do something really substantial, like maybe lower our utility bills by a substantial amount, not just a token amount, But, and I don't see any, among these presentations, I didn't see any list of reductions in our budget. Yeah, what would you plan to, just reduce things? So I, as a public service here, will present to you some ideas where you could reduce in our budget here. Yes, here, Mr. Audiovisual Man. What does it say there? Yeah, blow it up a little bit. It says, yeah, human services, $1.2 million for what essentially is a homeless hotel. Yeah, right there. $1.2 million for the homeless there and their own hotel. Yeah. Return the camera to the podium if you would. Besides that, you could also stop spending several $1 million on our big illegal alien center up on San Pedro there. Where they are, that they are harassing the nearby residents for food and money there. Also, I noticed, Mr. Bravo and everybody else on the council, you could stop sending out full-fledged fire trucks along with just small EMS units whenever a homeless person has a delirium tremor or something. You don't need 2 big vehicles for those tiny expeditions there, Have y'all ever looked at that and all the extra thousands of dollars that are spent on each one of those trucks? Yeah. Also, If you turn to page 16 on the bottom, where it says 16, yeah, so yeah, there you go, 16, yeah. Show that, if you would, Mr. Audiovisual Man, where you could reduce some money. There you go, Miss Butterfly. Yes, and our arts and cultures.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
Finger. Ananda Thomas. Is Ananda Thomas here? Okay. Nikita Moore. Nikita Moore? All right. Well, that's everyone who signed up to speak on our our budget items today. So we're going to go ahead and go into council discussion now, and I'll start where you left off, Eric. I agree that, and I look forward to the presentation on the survey results from residents. Hopefully we can schedule that in the next month or two. But that is a testament to teamwork around the dais, within our city employees, but also to the public that has consistently chosen to invest in our community and who has, over the years, ensured that we are staying on course with some of our greater issues here. So, again, look forward to that presentation. We do live, as we've said many times before, in unprecedented times. The last 3 years or so, it feels like we've been in one long budget process through CARES Act, through our annual budgets, through ARPA, which is an ongoing process. So it hasn't ended, and this is no different. This year we're facing global events and Mother Nature that has taken us on another dramatic roller coaster ride during the past couple of years. That most notably in the summer heat wave, which has led to record energy prices at our homes, while international conflicts have compounded inflation to produce record gasoline prices at the pump. Considering those harsh realities and the things that we've already lived through and the disruptions of record high energy bills, along with inflation as we emerge from the global pandemic, the proposed FY23 budget illustrates the responsible fiscal leadership and stewardship provided by City Manager Eric Walsh and his team, something that our constituents have expected from this organization. I welcome the opportunity to deliver comprehensive tax relief and return $50 million in CPS revenue back to the public that owns it. Eric and his team has carefully managed the city budget during the height of the global pandemic, and that work has put us in a position to provide significant relief in a year that the city has surplus revenue. Once again, and we keep saying back to basics, this is a back to basics budget that provides fundamental services for our fastest growing needs. This is the 6th consecutive budget, which is notable, to use an equity framework to ensure that the areas of greatest need receive the greatest investment. Today officially kicks off our budget conversations and deliberations, which will take place over the next 6 weeks. We welcome the input that we're going to receive in those neighborhood associations and public meetings, along with deliberations on the council and in particular budgets, department budgets. And I welcome the work ahead to ensure that we provide the best services to the residents of San Antonio so that we can all live a better quality of life. Lastly, I'll note, Eric, as you noted, or alluded to, a policy discussion that we need to have with regard to these extreme events that we're experiencing. I welcome that as well. I know my colleagues have some ideas. Very much like in 2017 when we reoriented our city budget with great success in an ongoing process around equity, I believe we do need to do the same thing on resilience. There is a foundation of resilience that needs to be placed in every single budget in order for us to address the needs that we see with regard to these extreme events. I don't believe for a second that these are anomalies, that we're going to continue to experience them and probably in more frequency. And so we need to be prepared for that, and I think our city budget should reflect that reality, should be reoriented around resilience in the same way that we have made equity a framework for our process. And I know I've spoken with my colleagues about that. Councilmember Sandoval has put forward some very good ideas to make that a foundation of budgeting moving forward, so I look forward to the policy conversation ahead. Let's get into discussion now. We will start with, Councilmember Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by asking everybody, my colleagues included here, to recognize that the only reason that we are receiving this additional revenue from CPS Energy is because this summer has been unbearably hot. And I want to ask you all to join me in investing in ways that help address the problem. You know, the city manager gave his presentation, and he said that that the reason we're getting this money is because it was abnormal, and I respectfully disagree. This is the new normal, and the question is, are we going to pivot? Are we going to adapt? And so, you know, I look at these recent events, and I ask us to recognize that our Texas grid is strained. This summer is not over yet, and already this summer, the Texas grid has broken its demand record 11 times. I ask you to recognize that our utility is strained. I called up the CEO of CPS, the interim CEO of CPS Energy this morning, and I started asking him about our assets, and I learned that one of our natural gas power plants was down just a few weeks ago because it was struggling with this heat. Today, our newest coal plant is not operating. They've been struggling with this heat. I ask you all to recognize that our outdoor workers are currently strained right now, and projects in our city are being delayed. SAWS right now doesn't have their outdoor employees working outdoors in the afternoons because it's too hot. And so projects, as a result, are being delayed. We have all been impacted by this weather this summer, and some of us can't afford to pay our own bills. And rather than give CPS customers a one-time break on one energy bill, I'm asking that we take this additional revenue from CPS Energy and we invest it in permanent solutions. Solutions that will help reduce all future energy bills, not just one bill. Solutions that will reduce our urban heat island effect. You know, there are days where it's 100 degrees here in San Antonio, but it might only be 95 degrees in neighboring towns like Poteet or Seguin or Castroville, because they're in a more rural setting, they have more trees, less concrete, less asphalt. So can we do things to reduce that urban heat island so that we're not so hot here in our city? Can we invest to help alleviate poverty? We talked about the CPS Energy STEP energy efficiency program, and some of my colleagues were upset to learn that so much of those investments had been made on the north side and not in their districts. And how can we invest in weatherization for low-income people to help them with their bills? And finally, can we increase resiliency? Because if we do all of these investments, investing in reducing our energy consumption per capita, then we can actually reduce the energy consumption for our community, and we can be more resilient. And we can also invest this money in areas where people are more vulnerable to make sure that we have more cooling and heating centers, resiliency hubs. You know, when I go to town hall meetings sometimes, my constituents will talk to me about violent crime. And as a council member, there's not a whole lot I can do about preventing violent crime, right? I can't legislate guns. But I can look at the data, and I can see that higher violent crime is associated with higher temperatures. When it's hotter out, people become more agitated. They become more angry, and they sometimes snap, and they act out, right? And so how can we invest in trying to reduce the temperatures here by reducing our urban heat island effect, and having more tree canopy so we can cool down the temperatures, and actually try to do something to help prevent violent crime and reduce it at some level. So I'm asking that we not have what I consider to be a business as usual city budget. I'm asking that we responsibly invest these revenues in ways that prepare our community for extreme weather and protect them from higher energy bills. I'm thinking about this next winter. One of the reasons that our energy bills have been so high is because natural gas prices are twice as high right now as they were 1 year ago. And we use natural gas to produce electricity. We use it sometimes to heat water in our homes. We use it to cook, but we also use it to heat our homes. And so we can expect natural gas prices to go even higher this winter. In addition to that, we have Putin, who's engaged in war in the Ukraine and creating instability. And as a result of that, natural gas costs have gone up, and we're already seeing that European nations are hoarding natural gas, and we can expect it to get worse this winter. So what are we going to do to protect our residents and our CPS Energy customers? Are we going to be sitting down having the same conversation in the winter because we didn't invest extra in weatherizing people's homes? And so at the end of the winter, are we going to sit here as a council and say, well, now that we've billed everybody thousands of dollars over the winter, should we give them another $30 back one time on one bill? Or could we invest in permanent solutions right now and support our most vulnerable and make sure that we're tightening up their homes, weatherizing their homes, so we can bring down their energy bills every month in the winter, every month in the summer. And by doing that, we reduce our energy demand for our community, which actually brings prices down for everybody. So everybody benefits. So what I'm proposing is that we take this additional $50 million and we allot $10 million to convert local buildings to community resiliency centers. We provide on-site solar and battery electric storage, and these can serve as cooling and heating centers during severe weather events. I'm proposing that we allocate $20 million in residential weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades. This would be targeted towards low-income, high-energy use households. It's going to help reduce energy bills for all customers by reducing peak demand. I propose that we expedite RFPs for contract work to weatherize these homes, as many as possible, before the next winter. I'm also asking that we set aside some money to cover home repairs as needed to enable weatherization and energy efficiency upgrades, because as our current programs exist, we sometimes talk to people who qualify, they economically qualify for weatherization or energy efficiency, but then we go and look at their home and we say, you know what, it's not up to code, so we can't help you. You're too poor for us to help you. And so in that case, I think we should have a fund where we can help bring their house up to code and then weatherize them and make their homes more energy efficient. I'm proposing that we set aside $20 million for urban heat island reduction efforts, including a massive tree planting campaign. Again, we don't want it to be, if our neighboring towns are only 95 degrees, we don't want it to be 100 degrees here. We want to cool it down, right? And I look at the tourism industry. It's a huge industry that we have here in San Antonio. And, I ask, if it continues to get hotter and hotter and hotter, who's going to want to come visit San Antonio? Who are we going to compete with? Are we going to compete with Saudi Arabia for tourists? At what point are we going to recognize that this is impacting our economy, and we're going to do something about it? And we want more shade. We want to cool down our city. And guess what? When we do that, it improves quality of life for everybody, not just for tourists. So I leave you with that these investments are going to help our residents by protecting them from future energy bill shock and the detrimental effects of severe weather in what is rapidly becoming our new normal. And so instead of giving back a one-time break on a one-month bill, I'm asking my council colleagues to join me in investing in our city's future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember Pelaez.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Alana or Eric Walsh, I'm sorry, not Eric Walsh, Alana or Jeff Coyle. I've been receiving complaints that the budget surveys were not sent to small business owners, that they went to just neighborhoods, and I need to make sure whether that's true or not true. And to what extent, if it was sent to small business owners.
Sure. So the budget survey was sent to all chambers of commerce. Okay. It was also sent through economic development to all their small business contacts. And that's in addition to social media outreach, to all the help from council offices and getting it to the community, and many efforts far and wide to get it out.
Thank you, Elena. That's what I needed to know. Okay. Eric, $12 million for UT Health. I think that's fantastic. Thank you for including that. I think, we keep talking about disparate health outcomes here in San Antonio, and the way to combat that is to make sure that we've got the infrastructure in place to catch those people and address their very important needs. I will point out that I see an opportunity here, considering we're going to fund Seniors in Play and OATS to the tune of around $600,000 to ask our friends at UT Health to step up and help us with their dementia targeted efforts to maybe match those funds. Considering we're paying out $12 million in this budget, maybe they can dedicate some of those funds or other funds they may identify to help us delay the onset of dementia with some of our programs, and maybe partner up in that way. I have a feeling they're watching today, and Councilwoman Rocha Garcia, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. The second thing is, with regards to parks, the $19.6 million that we're setting aside for that, I don't know who's writing this down, but if you go to McAllister Park in District 9, you'll see that I think we spent $60,000 on a skills track for BMX and mountain bikers. It is very difficult now, because it's so popular, to actually get your bike on there. And you go any day of the week at any time, you'll see parents and kids and all size of bicycles and athletes working out on that skills track. And if anything, one can conclude from that is that there's a big appetite for that. That's not an appetite that's diminishing, and I'd like to see if there's opportunities, and I really don't care where in San Antonio more skills tracks for these cyclists are installed, but that would be important to me. Lastly, I hear Councilman Bravo's appeal. I know that this is very important to him, that these are sincerely held beliefs, and he has been always a champion of the topic of sustainability and making sure that we're prepared for what is the new normal, which is increased heat and problems regarded to climate change. I also bring to the table a different set of priorities, and that is domestic violence. I'm not beholden to this idea that a $50 million surplus from utility bills needs to be spent on climate change. I'd actually like to see that money spent in the following ways. On domestic violence initiatives. I'd like to see a $25 million increase to domestic violence specific transitional housing for victims that move out of shelters. I'd like to see a $10 million investment on top of what we already invest in Metro Health and their efforts to address domestic violence. I think that we need to continue to invest, and we have an opportunity to invest in SAPDs, counselors on site, their crisis response teams, to address domestic violence in the field. I'd like to see a $2 million public education campaign specifically focused on students, because we know that intervention at a very early age is very effective. This is not innovative. It's proven out that when you talk to kids about domestic violence and you message the problems and arising from that, and you give them the tools to talk about it, you really will prevent them from becoming victims and abusers in the future. I'd also like to see $2 million specifically dedicated to military support of domestic violence victims, particularly with a focus on helping them obtain legal services for protective orders, and everything else that the military wives and kids and girlfriends have to experience because of domestic violence. And then one last one would be an additional $1 million for faith-based training and support, because oftentimes our churches are and our pastors are the front line, and they see the red flags of domestic violence more than anybody else. I'll remind everybody that 1 in 3 women in San Antonio have a domestic violence story to tell, or will have a domestic violence story to tell. 2/3 of the population in San Antonio are kids 2/3 of the population at our shelters, domestic violence shelters, are kids. We continue to see somewhere between 30 to 40 assassinations a year of San Antonio women. Way too often, those assassinations happen right in front of their very own children. And so I'm asking that we responsibly use this money to help the most vulnerable women and kids in San Antonio. And I appreciate Councilman Bravo's, request, but I believe my request merits the same kind of attention. And with that, I do think, Eric, that I'd like to hear a little bit more about what the plan is, not just this year, but in future years, about staying true to the commitment we made and the promise we made to the public 3-4 years ago, that brought together the Coalition on Domestic Violence that Maria Villagomez helps lead. And so I'll stop there. That's a lot to unpack, and I'll let you do it. But Mayor, those are my comments for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Pelaez, Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. The budget process is one of the most important tasks that we have as a council. Thanks to city staff and who work hard to bring us these proposals, options, and mainly information so that we can make the best and most informed decision for our city. A big part of the process is gathering community input. The city does it through official surveys, of course, as we've heard today, with the help of council offices staff. In District 6, we have our own survey that we send out, and we ask our residents where they think we should prioritize spending. And every chance I get, when I'm at a neighborhood event, I've even gotten stopped when I'm out running in my neighborhood, I listen to residents' ideas and their concerns. In one of the surveys, a District 6 resident asked if we actually pay attention to these. Like, is anybody reading this? And I want to assure you that the city does read all these surveys. They read the comments. I read all the open message comments in my survey, and I'm listening. Most District 6 comments were on transportation, protected wider bike lanes, access to timely transportation. There was even discussion about light rail, and access to more robust transportation for those with special needs. Public safety and infrastructure are always priorities from our communities. Aside from those basic needs, though, I do see a clear opportunity for bold action. The additional funds from CPS are a great opportunity to plan for the future and to get things done. We'd all like to see a rebate in the mail. It's going to be hard to go against giving back some funds to our ratepayers, but I invite our community to consider some long-term solutions for energy costs and resilience. The last time CPS offered a rebate, I received many calls, emails, visits from constituents who told me the funds were such a minimal amount, they would have rather that the funds be used in a smart, worthwhile way to improve our utilities. And a small amount is relative. A minimal amount can be a lot to some folks, so I do recognize that. But I listen to my constituency. After Winter Storm Uri, I cautioned that we needed to move quickly because we only got to cry that we were caught off guard once. We can't do it again. And I'm going to say it again, I think it's not about cold weather this time, it's about the extreme heat and days with 100-degree weather that we're experiencing. We can only say that we got caught off guard once. We can't say this again next summer if all signs are kind of pointing to this as our new summertime burden to carry. So we need to prepare. Our winters will continue to be extreme. Our summers will continue to be scorching. That's not going to change. We've all learned what preparing for extreme heat looks like. This summer, more seniors needed box fans to cope with that, and Project Cool and other organizations struggle to meet that need. In that way, this is also public safety. It's not necessarily always law enforcement, but the well-being of our citizens. So we need to be prepared. Directing funds towards weatherization is a smart way to protect our citizens. This is important. I'm going to say it again. The more we weatherize, the more we reduce demand on our grid. It's the smart way to get things done, and we can do more. Earlier, I mentioned District 6 residents' responses to the budget survey. They mentioned also protecting green spaces and trees as one of their top priorities. So I do see that tree canopies are natural barriers against the heat, and they can reduce our peak temperatures, and it could also help in the long run with our issues. We can offer rebates, but those are just a Band-Aid that doesn't address the problem. Weatherization programs are real long-term solutions that prevent deaths in extreme weather situations. I also, so I'm going to shift focus a little bit. I also request a budget allocation of $60,000 for SAPD's Explorer program. I understand the city doesn't currently fund this program. I don't know if that can be verified today, but for those of you that may not be familiar, the Explorers program is an after-school program, and young people, mostly at-risk youth, are able to engage in the Explorer program and get close to SAPD officers and potentially have a career in law enforcement, but more than that, they're getting guidance and some opportunities to learn discipline and have something to do after school. A lot of these kids can't afford the uniforms. They go to competitions, and we've actually been very successful, San Antonio Explorer program in those competitions, but they can't always go because their family can't afford their way into that competition. So $60,000, I understand, will fully fund the Explorer program and help those children that are not able to pay for competitions or uniforms. So I request that we add that in. The draft budget covers our basic needs in every area. It also has room for setting clear long-term goals. Specifically, I appreciate the improvements made for our city employees. Park and trail improvements, those are very important to District 6. Library and animal care improvements, further protection of the aquifer, advances in affordable housing, and our mental health responses. I also appreciate the airport improvements, but I'd like us to push the envelope on innovation and creativity when it comes to our airport, as it's such an important asset to our economic development. Thanks to city staff again for this draft budget. It's a great starting point, a good working document. I know it'll be revised and tweaked in the weeks to come as residents get a better look at the proposed spending plan. I look forward to the budget town hall in my district. I think it's set for next week, and I'm looking forward to the discussions to come as we move close to a final budget in a month or so. I do request not just District 6 residents, but all of our city to get engaged. It's really important to us that we hear from you and understand what you're looking for. Specifically about the rebate, I'd like to hear from my city on that. And Eric, just finally, I thank you for your love for the lifeblood of our city employees, and your love for our city. I don't think you get enough credit for not only the work that you do, but the passion that you bring to your job, so I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabello-Haverda. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to start off by really adding my direct congratulations to all the city staff members who worked so hard on putting this document together. This is a great foundation document for our budget for next year and the year after. And it's a great foundation document for us as the City Council to be able to look at and come to an understanding of all of the different aspects that are in here and be able to share that with our community. Before we started talking about the budget officially here today, I surveyed people in our district. I think we sent out about 12,000 surveys. We got 2,000 back, which I was quite amazed at. And we're still going through all of those written responses. There were a lot of yes and no questions, but there were a lot of, what else do you want to add? And I think it's important, from my perspective, to understand what are those asks and comments, and how should they impact this budget going forward. And I know a lot of us as council members are going to be doing the same thing. When we have the budget town hall meeting in District 9, I hope there'll be a good turnout, and a lot of people will be able to share, again, their comments and what they think should be included in this budget. So I'm looking forward to working on this more and tasking my staff members to help us go through this so that we have an understanding and so that we can help explain it to our residents. One of the biggest challenges I see as a council member is trying to help people understand how the city government works, what goes on behind the scenes that creates a budget or an ordinance or a project. And so we as a council and our staffs need to understand this budget so that we can effectively share it with the people in our community. I do have a couple of questions or comments I'd like to start off with. Justina, maybe you can help me. The first one is, from what I understand, this budget includes, and it's $3.4 billion, is that right, in the entire city budget? And it's made up of the normal forecasting revenue sources, what we project is going to be our sales tax, our hot tax, our general property taxes, our CPS projections. All of those are the normal kind of ingredients, as well as fees and charges for services. But I think also we've included in this budget ARPA funding. We've included in this budget bond funding. We've included in this budget a reallocation of fiscal year 22 revenue that has exceeded our budget estimates. Is that right? So all of those are ingredients, which is why it's probably a lot higher than many people expected. Okay. One thing I'd like to do is compare last year's capital expenditures to the proposed budget for fiscal year 23. We saw what's proposed for 23. What's the difference between what we had in 22 and what we have in 23?
Councilmember, my name is Justina Tate with the Office of Management and Budget. So the additional capital spending that we have in the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 is about $50 million higher than what we had in fiscal year 2022.
Do you have the numbers? I work with numbers a lot.
The total, so our fiscal year 2023 is $641 million. Last year's was $592 million.
Okay. What's the percentage of that, would you say?
The percentage increase?
Yeah.
8.2%.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Maria.
I want to ask a similar question about what is the proposed increase in employee compensation in dollars and as a percentage increase over the current budget?
So the total that we've included in the fiscal year 2023 proposed budget is about $53 million in civilian compensation.
And what was it last time?
Last year's, the total compensation in 2022, I can pull that real quick.
Okay, and what that percentage of increase is?
And Councilman, the $53 million that Justina mentioned would be all across all of our funds, the general fund, the solid waste fund. So we'll do a side-by-side breakdown, 22 to 23 by all the funds.
Right. Thank you. And that's for non-uniformed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You know, we've gone over a lot of projections of what we're going to be spending. I guess I'd like to ask the city manager, what have we cut? What have we reduced from our prior budget into this budget?
Well, not much. We did rehashed and redirected positions that had been vacant for over a year and kind of recycled them into new uses rather than adding new positions. But as we've looked back the last 2 years, we had severely cut back in the departmental budget. So we did a little bit of growth last year, more growth this year, but we are not making a lot of cuts and reduction in services in this year's budget, proposed budget.
One thing I didn't hear you mention was the city's commitment to VIA and the $10 million that we've been providing. Is that still in this year's budget?
Yes, sir, it is, and we'll talk about that in detail in the Public Works work session, but recall that the $10 million, do you want to keep answering your questions, and then I'll give you the long answer at the end?
Sure.
Okay.
That's fine. One other thing, I know some of us are already looking at proposals that we'd like to see included in this. I've heard one or two people mention those, and we probably will hear from other council members. One of the things that I mentioned to you that I'd like to hear more about as we progress through this budget, we've just completed building a brand new District 9 Senior Center, which I'm very excited about, and the people in our community are. But senior centers, especially the comprehensive ones, have really had a history of underutilization. They were built primarily to allow seniors to have a place to go to improve and maintain their quality of life. And those senior centers, the comprehensive ones, have been open from 7 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon. And those facilities have been laying dormant for years after those hours. And I would like to see the city better utilize those kinds of facilities. And one of the things that I mentioned, and I think you may have heard of it from a couple of other council members, is I'd like to see us allocate additional funding to DHS so that they would have the resources to enable those senior centers to provide more facilities for community use. And so, I recommended adding $50,000 for every senior center budget so they could hire the additional maintenance or other staff or pay the utility bills or pay for cleanup at the end of a session, things of that nature. So I hope that that's going to be something that is still in the pipeline for consideration. And the last thing I'm going to ask is, according to your estimates for revenue coming in excess of our current budget, and that's revenue from city taxes on property, from hotel occupancy taxes, from CPS Energy, from sales tax. Does this budget you have right now include expending every one of those dollars in what you've proposed?
It does, in accordance with our 2-year balanced budget, but it also makes the assumption that $50 million of their 22 from this year leaves us.
Right. Yeah. Is some of that then what we consider excess going to be carried over on your budget to the second part of the 2-year plan, but not in the first?
Exactly. And it's part of our 2-year balanced budget policy and our minimum financial reserves that we carry, both in order to adhere to the 2-year policy, but also our reserve policy. And frankly, I think it would be helpful next week when we have the revenue conversation, which is primarily going to be the CPS. We'll go through those reserve accounts with you.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Councilman, and to answer your $10 million VIA question, so yes, and just as a reminder for everybody, about 7 or 8 years ago, the city started contributing $10 million in operations to VIA, primarily to increase the frequency of about 7 or 8 different routes around the city. It was an effort spearheaded by Councilman Saldana at the time. In 2020, during the pandemic, we had spent $6 million of the 10, and we cut the remaining 4 for that year. In the subsequent 2 fiscal years, 21 and 22, VIA asked for additional flexibility for their own budget, and we contributed to their budget to the tune of $10 million, but not tied to frequency. As we had conversations earlier in the year, we approached it from the sense of, let's get back to what the original deal was. I think we've actually, and you'll hear more about it as we do Public Works, I think we've got an opportunity, and we've worked with VIA and Jeff Arndt. What we're proposing is the $10 million is in the proposed budget for next year. It's also in the $10 million is also in our 2024 projected budget. So we have $20 million over 2 years. We'll commit, VIA has an opportunity to accelerate the planning for the east-west line, and they need $24 million in local commitment. And so what Jeff and I talked about was committing 10 of our 20 over 2 years, in addition to $14 million that VIA will commit, so that they can accelerate and apply for that grant funding. The other $5 million in both 23 and 24, we're going to hold on to, the city's going to hold on to in a reserve account, because as they work on the north-south line, they're obviously going to be working on sidewalks in and around the transit centers, but we have sidewalk gaps along that line, and we'll need additional sidewalk money in that area. And so it is in the budget. It's being utilized differently than it has in the past, and probably more in line with the council's conversation earlier in the year with VIA, which was hurry up and get north-south going and figure out a way to accelerate east-west.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll start off also by thanking Eric and Maria and Justina and the entire team for working so hard. I hung around downtown last night to see if I could get a copy of the budget for quite some time, and I wasn't able to get it till this morning. So, Eric, I've got about 50 more pages to go, but I have plenty of flags already, so I have lots of questions. I do want to start off by acknowledging that my colleagues submitted some really good ideas, and I appreciate the thought that you all put forth in it. I have about 2,874 residents right now in D4 that are on the verge of disconnections, and I know my colleague in D3 probably has about the same amount, and my colleagues to my left and right probably have about the same amount as well. So I know that it's important, but I do think that we need to have a more thorough conversation, and I got to speaking with Councilman Perry, and every time that we hear, my residents always say their priorities are obviously sidewalks, streets, drainage, as far as if there's extra money ever, because we have had that conversation that's where they would want it invested. So Councilman Perry and I are working to figure out where we can allocate $50 million in street maintenance, sidewalks, pavement markings, NAP, warranted traffic signals, alley maintenance, bike facilities, guardrails, quiet zone, and we'll be sharing it with my colleagues, but I thought that it would be important for us to work together, because that's exactly what he hears, that's exactly what I hear from our residents, again, and this is just an excess, back to the basics. We all have our different philosophies of where this should be invested, but I'm often reminded that potholes, that streets, maintenance, it's not, it really is nonpartisan, right? And so we have to work together and figure out what we can do. I think with this additional $50 million, I am also interested in the conversation about what we do going forward and how we allocate that. So I'll pass that around to my colleagues here in just a little bit, but I'll start off with my questions. And I do want to say, and thank you so much, team, for your thorough thoughtfulness. I'll start off with the easy one. Thank you. You all have hosting obligations in there. Councilman Villagrán and I sit on Visit San Antonio. In fact, we were at an announcement yesterday, and so you all have allocated an additional amount for a big hosting obligation that we have next year for IPW. I want to appreciate in economic development the creation of a data management team. I only see one position allocated so far, but I appreciate that you all are increasing research and reports to drive data-informed decision-making, which I think that we owe our residents. I did notice that the ecosystem investment was missing from that. We moved some of the ARPA funding around during the last conversation that we had, and we said that that should be something that the city does as part of its everyday business. Economic development should be investing in the small business ecosystem. I didn't see that clearly. Maybe it's coming up when we speak about economic development on August the 31st, but if we missed it, that's something that at least our committee had recommended. And so, Eric, I know you probably want to say something. Do you want to?
It's not included in the proposed budget. I mean, the guidance that we took was from the entire council from April. And I know that happened subsequent to that. So I think those are conversations that need to happen with the Economic Development Committee and the allocation of the ARPA dollars, but it is not included in the proposed budget.
Okay, so, and I'll look to my chair for Economic and Workforce Development, and I know that we had a majority of our council members say that they wanted that, so I look forward to that conversation. I appreciate that Government Affairs is getting a grant writer, specifically for the bipartisan infrastructure law, and I did want to speak about that, and I know Councilman Pelaez invited our federal lobbyist yesterday to our IGR meeting. I'm aware that the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 passed the Senate by 51, so by the VP, and that it's expected to clear the House. And I am just hoping that the IGR team, now that they have a grant writer, that will go after these climate investments, that we make sure that we take a part of those dollars that are allocated to invest in our climate readiness. I also was hoping that maybe sometime we could learn how much is CPS going to be making extra, and why aren't they making this investment? Or if they are, where will that conversation happen? And so maybe that's an offline conversation with Ben. I think that they should be investing in this rather than the city is focused so much right now. And again, our business is in the business of infrastructure, and so that's kind of what my push is. So that'll be one of my questions. And I don't see Ben today, but I'm sure he's probably here somewhere in the back, and I just don't see him. But I'd love to know what CPS is doing with their extra or additional revenue.
Just real quick, I think, and Rudy and I have talked, that policy level conversation, obviously they will be part of that and as a resource. And I think they should be here as part of the work session next week in case
Perfect.
issues come up.
Okay, wonderful, Eric. Thank you. I appreciate the Academic Health Department partnership. I'm looking forward to learn more. I do think that we have the ability to help that next generation of health leadership, like is stated in the budget book. You all have a homeless outreach team. I've been without a homeless outreach coordinator probably the whole time, almost the whole time. I've been through 3 of them. I share one with District 3 right now. I learned last week that another district in the north side had lost a homeless coordinator and got them replaced almost immediately, while I've been in line for many, many months. So I wanted to bring it up publicly and just let you all know that I'm watching, and I thought that was a disappointment, huge disappointment, because my residents need and deserve that homelessness outreach coordinator. I appreciate the seniors in play. I appreciate in innovation the R&D development projects, but I'd like to learn a little bit more. I don't see Brian Dillard in the crowd here today, but also would love to learn more about that. The Property Tax Protest Services Education Campaign, thank you for the $250,000 that you've allocated on there. The SA core expansion, I'd love to learn on August 23rd what specifically areas we're going to focus on. NAMP, you all have doubled it already, so thank you for that, Eric. That was probably one of the things that I most appreciated when you came and gave me the budget update. Thank you for the additional illegal dumping crew. That's going to be important to my district. We have a whole lot of dumping in District 4, unfortunately. The support for SA Climate Ready, I was told a couple of weeks ago when I met with Doug Melnick that we were not increasing that position, but I thought that we should, because I think that this person has the ability to work on anything related to the climate action plan. So thank you for, I don't know if that was an additional last minute addition. I do see on page 154 that there's an additional position for the mayor and council. I don't know what it is, and I can't find it anywhere. So can you tell me, Eric, what that position is? And there's also 2 additional non-departmental, non-operating positions, and I'm just wondering what those are.
The additional position in the mayor and council office is actually one of the recycled positions I talked about earlier.
Okay.
It's a position, a secretary position that was previously in the city manager's office that we've held vacant because as we moved into the city hall, we've consolidated. So we recycled that to provide additional administrative support to Emily and her crew.
Got it, thank you. Maybe I missed that when you said it, so thank you. I am concerned that the microchips implanted by ACS are super low. Our goal was 17,000. We have about 11,000. The spay-neuter surgeries that were performed, also the goal was 45.8, and we're at 28.1. So that was another concerning I guess, number for me, and I know that everybody's going to have their own individual ones, but I wanted you all to hear my questions today so that you all could be prepared when we do have those individual items that we will be briefed on. On fire, the total patients served with the Good SAM app was, our goal was 7,500. We are only at 6,610, and I'm wondering what else we can do to push the Good SAM app. It's a great app. I'm wondering how we can help. And then also the response times, medical response times is from 8:05, 8 minutes, and 5 was the goal, and we're at 8:39. Also worried about that because seconds could save lives. We are missing on the performance measures for government affairs on page 345. I don't see anything about how much we advocated for and how much we actually got. So back to Perry's point on return on investment, we've been asking that for a couple of years, so I'll look forward to seeing that. In fact, I think I told my colleague, Councilman Maki Rodriguez, that we usually get it in there, and it's not in here. One of the other things is on health. I'm wondering why the diabetes prevention workshop goals were a little bit low. I know that it says impacted as a result of COVID-19, but I want to kind of dig a little bit more. And then also the stand-up program, the targeted areas, we missed our target. There was, to reduce gun violence incidents, we had a target of 70 and it's at 60. So I'd like to know where we're not hitting our goal or why we're not hitting our goal. Then we also have, I don't know what to do. We have some additional DWI arrests. We have a goal of 3,700, or we had a goal of 3,200. I'll chime back in, Mayor. I have a couple more questions still. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the CPS surplus, I have a few struggles, and I think maybe one of the things we don't do enough on council is acknowledge and name our own privilege, right? The average person is going to receive a $31 credit on their bill, shown on slide 12, and in most contexts, I would agree that $31 can be, a game changer. It could really help someone that month. But I'm not sold in this particular instance that it will be meaningful enough to enough people. And maybe if it was direct relief where folk got to choose where it goes, I'd be more sold, but this is just a credit, and it's going to ensure that CPS bills get paid, basically. And if people are seeing bills that are more than $100 over their typical bills, which I'm getting those calls, where people are saying their bill is $100, $150 more than they would normally pay, instead of that, it's gonna be $69 more than their typical bill. Like, I don't agree with that. And naming privilege, I'm in a position now where I get to make decisions, and I live in a house where my home is insulated. In 2017, 2018, I was living on food stamps, and I was in a fourplex where it was just me and my husband in one of the units, and the other three were vacant and they were being renovated. And if we let them renovate our unit, or if they decided that they wanted to renovate our unit, they were going to raise the price so much that we couldn't afford to be there anymore. But the windows were made out of this plastic material that could bend. Sometimes it popped out of place, and that's the reality for a number of my constituents. They don't have insulation, their windows are insufficient, and that's not something that $31 is going to fix. And many of them are not in a place where they could, in the foreseeable future, address that. And so they're going to continue to see high bills come wintertime when they're freezing. And they're going to see high bills again in the summertime when they're so hot and they're being asked to raise their temperature. And it really doesn't make a difference for them. Whereas elsewhere, someone can make a decision for themselves. And if they have a nice big home and they have disposable income and a few $100s isn't much to them, then they can choose to keep their temperature at 68 degrees, 69 degrees. And they should not be receiving the same amount of relief. And so I have a distinct problem with that. And I do agree that you're right in saying that we need to have a larger conversation about what we as a council do in case of a large surplus. And many of you know I'm an advocate for targeting the root of our problems. So I believe in this case, it means investing in climate and sustainability. And I know there's been a few ideas about where it could go. Councilman Plies had brought up domestic violence. Councilman Bravo had brought up sustainability. Councilman Rocha Garcia had brought up infrastructure. I also believe climate change is nonpartisan. This heat and these bills are nonpartisan, and any future freezes are nonpartisan. And so I do believe that if we want to prevent seeing surpluses like this, we need to invest in weatherization and other sustainability efforts. So I think that's where we go. I'm going to keep an open mind during the conversations as far as where we as a council decide to go. I hope my colleagues do as well, and that we're not so sold on our own idea that that we're immovable. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can invest in multiple things at one time and it be meaningful, or do we want to aim for something much more focused? Or is there some combination of the two where, say, and this is just top of mind, every council district has $1 million. So that's $10 million where we can make decisions, but then the other $40 million is focused, and it's where the council goes. Just an idea. I did want to largely talk about the survey, and I haven't brought up in a while that I was a math teacher. And I'd have conversations with my students about how they can use surveys and data any way they want them to accomplish their goals, depending on how they present that information. And I don't like that in a political space. And I want us to constantly get better at soliciting feedback from our community. So I have a few ideas. Number one was, rather than have folk guess their council district or write down don't know, I think we could either include an add-on on the survey that allows them to input their addresses and find it, or just have them input their address and have the system automatically list the council district in the exported document. And there's an opportunity there to educate 33.5% of the respondents on who their council member is, because 33.5% of the people who filled out this survey did not know who their council member was, or they don't live in the city. And we're missing that opportunity. I think number two, we need to do more accurately reach the demographics of our city. For example, Hispanic and Latino residents make up about 65% of our city, but only 42% of respondents, and white residents make up 24% of our city, but 44% of respondents. We also know that when it comes to the relationship with various city departments and services, these demographics do have different relationships and experiences with them. For example, District 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7 all rated police as top 5 least important, while Districts 3, 4, 8, 9, and 10 did not. Some of those also, and almost all of them also rated them in the top, so there's a huge disparity in demographics and how they relate to our city departments, and that's gonna have a relationship with our survey data. Number 3, I thought this was so interesting. Did y'all know that 0 people rated fire and EMS as least important? Over 11,000 folk filling out this survey came to consensus on that one thing, and I think we need to explore that. And it seems easy at first to guess why, but there's room for so much more meaning, and I really want us to use these surveys as an opportunity for that. I also wonder, in the presentation, why did we include the survey answer and responses for which survey is most important to you, but not the results for which is least important to you? And I find there's a discrepancy. If you could pull up those two graphs, or if you post them. So yeah, so there's the most important, and then can you show the least important? And if we're just looking at the top 5, in least important, we see police is there, and in most important, we see that police is there as well. So there's a discrepancy. And so by not including these 2 data points, we find that I don't think we're accurately reflecting our city. Can you do the third one? So this third one is if you were to take the most important, how many people said that the department was most important, and subtracting the people who said they were least important, this is what it would look like. So business support would be in the negative 2,000 something, and it would work its way all the way down. So we'd see that at the end, fire and EMS is, on average, most valued, property tax relief, parks and rec, public health, police, domestic violence, homeless support. We'd see a totally different list. And so we're missing opportunities to explore that. And I feel that by leaving out these key responses, we are, 1, misrepresenting the values and responses of the constituents who filled out the surveys, and 2, we're missing an opportunity to evaluate and make meaning of these results. And I also think we need to decide which questions matter to us, because consistently, we know that we state that arts is important to us. Our constituents consistently rank it as one of the least valued departments, or the least important to them. We need to decide, are we going to continue to say, I'm going to ask you this question, but then I'm not going to do anything with it? Or is there a different way we can get to the root of our question when we're trying to determine value of departments? There are classes in quantitative and qualitative research methods that I imagine many of our staff have taken in urban and regional planning. I imagine some of the doctors in the room have taken similar classes. And I'd like to see a bit more intention behind our surveys, or else they become meaningless political tools for either myself or my colleagues to attempt to use to prove our points. I'll briefly talk about some of the things that, some reflections from the budget. 1, I would like to increase funds in homeless outreach. I did see that there was a increase, but I'll tell you, in Claude Black, I spend a lot of my time in my field office, and we have the homeless outreach support street team there. And I have a lot of meaningful conversations with them, and I tell you, the morale is low. We have had somebody else quit who my staff grew to really, really value and appreciate the work that she did, and even though she was working in a different council district. And that's something that we're missing. We're not, and I wonder, are we reaching out and saying, what is the problem? What are the things we can do to support you? Because when I talk to them, they're saying we are missing valuable services, and we're a punching bag. They're a punching bag that makes pennies compared to what they should be making to go out there and to where they're messing with needles and all kinds of stuff, going out there, and they're doing very, very professional work for very, very little pay. And so I think that's a huge problem that we should be addressing in this budget. Second, ACS funding is going to be an area where I continue to say we need to expand resources. I didn't see ACS as a huge focus for increased investment, but I do want to see that. And so hopefully as we have more conversations about the budget, I hear my colleagues echo that. I get all of the DMs on Instagram and the messages and comments, and people come up here pretty frequently to discuss what they want to see in investment in ACS, and I don't think we're meeting that, specifically as it relates to spay and neuter. The special team to address illegal dumping in D2, I'll have questions about that when the time comes. I'm going to continue to plug the Office of Crime and Recidivism Prevention. I do want to better understand how we can bolster our diabetes education program and other diabetes supportive programs. And lastly, did ask for this, increased funding for the MLK March to bring a very noteworthy speaker. I do worry that we risk losing the most attended MLK March in the nation, the largest MLK March in the nation, to another city. So I would like us to get back and better than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric and team. As a former city employee and Visit San Antonio employee, I have watched many budget and mid-budget meetings. The meetings during the pandemic were difficult. Talk of furloughs, a reduced city budget, the lack of work and activity citywide during these things were very difficult. And there are many phone calls made to convention center friends and employees to see where they would end up. So where we were during the pandemic and where we are today, I am thankful for Eric, your leadership, Maria, your hard work, the entire team. We couldn't have gotten here without you. So your leadership during this time, it was impeccable. We are here today with a $3.4 billion budget, but now we are here at a time where we are trying to lead out of the pandemic for the city, for the county, and for our region. So this budget, I believe, has an extra weight to it. How we come out of this and how we define it, there's an extra weight to it. So we need to get it right. And I want to address, like many of my colleagues have, the customer energy credit. It's not going to happen on September 1st. It's obvious we need to have more conversation. The colleagues who spoke before me all have very valid ideas and have worked and thought hard. I could pick one of many topics, but the reality for me, as my council colleague mentioned too, is that I have over 2,000 residents as of July facing disconnection. A $31 credit would not help them. Well, I'm thankful that we're going to have CPS as part of this conversation because I have many questions for them. And as you know, I will not accept the answer that generational planning and that a different rate structure is separate from this issue. It is all connected, and we need to have that conversation. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because I do want to address the important city services and share my thoughts as we get into the larger discussion. So when we talk about today's job market, and I just have to mention this right now, I will be losing my outreach coordinator. So the southern sector, at the end of this month, we will not have a homeless outreach connect because he found a better paying job. This is unacceptable. And we need to look at why the north side can keep their outreach coordinators, but the south side can't and cannot seem to get them. So I think we need to start being creative. I like what I see, but I think we need to look at being creative and innovative, to use that word that's often used, about how we retain city employees. If y'all could, I don't know if anybody's there to bring up slide 15. Thank you for the 5% across the board and the market adjustment and the entry wage increase. and the premium reduction. In addition to my residents, the city employees is why I do what I do, and I appreciate their continued efforts to participate in this process and trust in the city. And I know that we are here and doing so well because of them. So I want to thank you for that. Metro Health, or the SA Forward Plan, I can't say enough about that. Claude Jacob has come and done lots with the budget that he has, but I do believe that they can, they're doing more if they had more, and so I look forward to hearing that presentation and understanding how we are going to administer this next booster that we anticipate coming. For affordable housing, I think we have opportunities for pilot programs to specifically focus on our veterans. And then in addition, because it's all connected with our affordable housing and our public housing, that we look at security and maybe making sure our senior living facilities, especially those with Opportunity Home SA, formerly SAHA, it has some sort of either video monitoring security system or security for our seniors. So I think that that's important that we look at. Parks and Recs, as we move forward, lighting for fields. This is another area where I think we need to be creative for those that are leasing out the fields, and we just approved one today on consent. So I look forward to that presentation and the ideas that they have. Public safety is another, again, thank you for all the grants that you guys are searching, because I think this is another opportunity for pilot programs, and I look forward to hearing the results from the SA Corps and their work. I can't say enough about fire, because they work really hard in my district to try and make sure that everyone's safe. So I'm encouraged about how we're investing there. And then the libraries, I think we need to go more in depth in terms of what we ask of the surveys. Because we talk about renovations, but if I think about Pan American, my residents specifically want to see some outdoor signage and more visibility that it's there. Human services, we need to find a way to retain our staff, or we need to start partnering with delegate agencies who do this. And the other thing is, we got the survey results. That's good, that's great. As you're out there with the neighborhoods, as your budget survey, I asked my residents to get specific. And so the 40 residents we had at our NA said encampments. That's what they wanted to address. When we talk homelessness, they said encampments. So I think we need to start asking those questions as we go out in public. And I know that my team is ready, my district team is, but I just want to thank city staff for being there at the events and being so engaged with my residents and asking the questions. And I think if we continue, we'll see those things done. I'm going to have lots of questions as we do presentations. This was just a preview, but with a rising inflation cost, with interest rates getting higher, with what we see on the horizon, I still believe and I am confident that San Antonio can lead out of this pandemic. And as we do this, I just ask that you guys be thoughtful, take into consideration all we have to say, and make sure that we get this right. I am excited, but at the same time, a little overwhelmed, because $15 million is, while I understand it, there's a lot of questions to it, and we have a lot of opportunity. So thank you, Eric and team, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate all my colleagues' comments. I think they've all had something great to share, and we align in a number of things. I'll also say it's great to be back. I was just showing Councilwoman Cabello Havard a picture of, it's so odd to say, my baby. So I might be distracted doing that later. But it's great to be back. This is my first time in person since June. I'd like to say, Eric, you told us this was your fourth budget, and I guess fourth time is the charm because I do not recall applause at any of your prior presentations, so you must have done a really good job this time. I'll hit on a few topics. There are a lot of things to say, which is probably why we need so many of those budget sessions, and glad to see they're already scheduled. I'll start with the additional revenue from CPS. Clearly, our ratepayers have been hit hard and at a bad time with, we did have a rate increase recently, and everyone is seeing inflation. So saying that we're not going to keep that excess revenue for ourselves is reasonable, and it is respectful of the ratepayers. But I do think that we do need the additional discussion, and I'm glad to see that that's scheduled. Specifically, something I'd like to hear from my colleagues is what level of rebate is reasonable. Clearly Mr. Finger thinks that $30 is paltry, but we did give a homestead exemption along those lines, if not less. So I think it's worth a discussion. But also, when do we do this? What's our threshold going to be in the future? I think it's worth establishing some type of policy about that. I emailed all of you a proposal, which the mayor mentioned, that would create long-term dedicated funding for resiliency, energy efficiency, and sustainability programs. And this fund I'm proposing would be created using the revenue that the city receives from the STEP program when it comes to CPS revenue. So not all general CPS revenue, but it would be tied to the amount that we get from the STEP program, which is approximately $8 to $10 million a year. We are in the middle of a climate crisis. It is an emergency, and we do not have a dedicated revenue for that activity. Every year you will have to see a council debating what money to set aside for that, which project is more important. I think that we can, instead of kicking that can down the road, we can make this decision now and ensure that future councils have that set aside. Let's see, all of you have a copy of the proposal. If you don't, please let me know. So the fund would be the approximate $8 to $10 million a year, coming directly from the STEP program. This makes sense because really when our ratepayers are paying into the STEP program, they are paying for energy efficiency programs. So this would link the purpose of it. And some of you mentioned some great ideas, which I have put in as part of the proposal. I'm proposing 4 program areas, so leveraging funding such as seeking grants from the Inflation Reduction Act, like my colleague mentioned. There are $369 billion in climate change and energy security programs. We do not want to be left behind or left out of that. There are business incentives that we can consider to help businesses do the right thing when it comes to conserving energy, and small grants to community organizations. There's a role for everyone to play when it comes to climate protection. And of course, a huge chunk for urban heat island mitigation. Like my colleague, Councilman Bravo said, this is how we help people bring down their utility bills. We need to cool down some of the hottest areas here in San Antonio. I do want to recognize the plan put forth by Councilman Bravo, weatherization, absolutely critical. And like I said, we are in an emergency. I do not believe it's an either or. You do not have to choose between the councilman's proposal and mine, but you do have to say yes to mine. No, just kidding. But I think both can be considered. They are 2 different proposals ultimately, coming from different funding sources. I do also want to say a couple of words about affordable and quality housing. Eric, you recently shared with us a memo about some code compliance options that had been posed to the council a while back. And this was to deal with basically bad actors when it came to code compliance to ensure that our renters have quality housing. I would like to see one of those options considered in this year's budget. This happens all over the city, but a situation in District 7 that has received a lot of notoriety in our media has been at what we call the Seven Oaks apartment complex. So bad that we did have to move people to a motel temporarily. We still have a handful of people there, but hopefully the situation, they will find places to live. So I would like to see the council consider one of those options. But I also want to challenge my colleagues to think about other non-capital intensive interventions we can make to help people stay in their homes. We do a lot when it comes with money, but what about guidelines regarding these fees that a lot of new management companies, new to town management companies are charging? That is putting some people out of their apartments. Our notices to vacate, we are not tracking those, only evictions. How do we help people before I know we did pass an ordinance about that, but I think there is more we can do. I have several more ideas, but we'll talk about it in the housing session. And I'm sure Councilwoman Castillo has even more ideas. So, Eric, as we move into planning for next year's budget, I would appreciate seeing, if possible, a summary of successes and the final budget for last year's new initiatives that we approved. You mentioned the illegal dumping crew. There was, of course, the demolition diversion program, the streetlight index program. You mentioned the language access plan. And I think we did the homeless outreach staff last year, perhaps the year before. So if that would be possible, I think that would be helpful as we discuss going forward.
Yeah, that'll be important, and we'll include that in the departmental presentation so you can see where we at with what we added and what our successes have been.
Thank you, Eric. Just to wrap up, I do, again, advocate for consideration of this dedicated fund. One other thing I'd like to advocate for is an increase in the arts funding. I saw that you're proposing $7.2 million for arts agencies. I believe that is the same number that we're seeing in the current year budget. Given it is, okay. The budget director is affirming that. Given the growth in our budget, I do think it would be appropriate to grow that amount. Personally, I would love to see it indexed to the size of our budget, so that as our budget grows, our arts budget grows. But certainly that is up for discussion. Mentioned the code enforcement. I'd also like to support the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute request for $250,000 in the coming year. I'm very excited. We are having our first ever Health Equity Symposium. Thank you, Claude, for the work that your team is doing on that and many, many, many other fronts. It is coming on September 23rd, and since it is the first, that means we will have a second, right, Andy? So we need to see that in the budget too, so thank you. And lastly, I think our staffs have talked about this, but a constituent management system solution. I hope to see that in the budget as well. Because even though we had sky-high approval ratings citywide, our constituent phone lines still get plugged up, and there's still a lot of work to do out of the field office. And then lastly, we will be having an election right after we've done this redistricting, so I believe it would be prudent to set aside additional education money for voters for this year. For this coming election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. I see a lot of staff out here, and I just want to say thank you to all of you because you all had a hand to do this. And I'm going to hold it up again this year. The big, thick book, that's what we got to go through. It's going to be a lot of late night reading, not only for me, but my whole staff. And they're all very excited about getting into this, as well as I am. But yeah, thank y'all very much for putting this together. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to the discussions coming up. You're hearing a lot of input at this point. I'm not going to go into any kind of detail. I'm just going to kind of talk a little bit on the bigger picture side of this. What was our total budget for this year, Eric? Was it 3.1 billion?
3.2 billion.
3.2 billion. Okay, so if you take a look at it, we're now what? Up to 3.4 billion. Another $200 million more this next fiscal year. And I appreciate what Councilman Courage said earlier. You know, we see a lot of additions in this budget. I'm going to be interested in seeing who's holding the line on their current budget this year versus what they're asking for next year. And if there's an increase, I want to know exactly why we're increasing that budget and what to look forward to in those. And those with substantial increases, I'm really going to be honing in on that, because to the point we need to hold our budget down as much as possible for the taxpayers. Now, having said that, man, I am ecstatic that we approve that homestead exemption up to the 10%. I think I stood up and clapped when we passed that here at the council session. Along with that, a tax rate reduction. But I want to draw your attention. I did this the last couple of years. You know, we could have probably done more, but I'm happy what we've done to date. But I'm going to keep pushing this until we max out our ability or our authorization to offer tax reductions to our citizens here. Let me just recap this. It says the budget will raise more total property taxes in last year's budget by an amount of almost $53 million. $53 million just on property taxes, an 8% increase. Just the new tax rolls, new properties being added, is almost 14 million. So the homestead exemption and the tax rate rollback, I think, was totaling up to about 22 million. So it's an improvement what we've done in the past, that we are giving back to homeowners and taxpayers here in the city, but we could have done more this year. And again, this is you can look back at the history of the city and the increases that we've done. I suspect we'll see this again next year, and I'm going to be pushing to get up to that 20% for next year for property tax, a homestead exemption, and that is our max that we can offer here in the city. But then we can look at lowering our tax rate also, commensurate with the increases that we continue to get year in and year out. Like I said, going up $200 million in 1 year for the city. So that's what I'm going to be concentrating on. The survey, there's been some talk about the survey. This survey that we're showing for 2023, it's consistent with what I have been pushing for since I've been in office here. Property tax relief, right at the top. Safety and security, police and fire, number 2. Streets, infrastructure projects, number 3. My top 3 priorities since 2017. So I'm glad to see that we're focusing in on that. We can probably focus in on that a little bit more, in my opinion, and that will be my inputs on the total budget. But I think that the surveys, and we had, what was it, 11,100 participants. That's almost, we're getting close to 10% of our population here. And when you look at our voting, you know, it's hovered around 10%, a little bit more, a little bit less on elections here. So I think we're at least gauging those that are interested in our elections and what we're doing with their tax dollars here in this city. So I think we're right on track on supporting that. I want to mention a little bit about this. What was it, $75 million we're expecting from CPS, Eric? Is that what we're talking about?
We're projecting $75 million over this year's revenue budget.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. $75 million. And boy, howdy, people are lining up. What can we do with that $75 million? Man, they're lining up with all these requests and proposals. I'm 100% for giving that back to the customers. Look, they have been suffering through several years of rate hikes, Winter Storm Uri, what we're going through this summer, and yet we're putting them in the back seat with all these other proposals. I think we do owe that back to our paying customers for CPS. But I want to focus in on, that's only 14% that's over our budget. What about that 86% that's over budget in CPS? I didn't do the math. I'm just estimating that's around $800 million that CPS is getting above and beyond their budget for this year, just off the top of my head. But why aren't they giving a large percentage of that back to the customers to add to what we're suggesting, the average amount $30 for a bill? I think we need to approach CPS, and that's certainly going to be my questioning, or line of questioning when we get to that, and I hope CPS is here to represent that, to answer those kinds of questions, and look forward to that. So that's going to be, and barring all of that, if they're justified in what they're doing with that above budget number, that 86%, yeah, maybe we should look at putting some of that money towards the top priorities that the city continually asks for: better infrastructure, more safety and security, property tax reductions. That's the top three. The fourth one was Parks and Rec, which is great as well. A lot of requirements out there. So I'm really looking forward to these discussions. I've got a lot of questions that I've already developed. I'm not going to go through them. I'm not a speed reader like Councilwoman Garcia there, so I'm going to take a little bit more time in going through this and addressing those questions and making my recommendations on what we should do with this budget. But again, an extra $200 million, where should it really be going? And are we justified in making those increases across all the different departments? And that's what I'm going to be really focusing in on during these budget discussions. And I look forward to it. It's always a lot of fun, right, Eric? But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. But let's keep our citizens in mind when we're doing this, especially talking about this overage. What's the right thing to do? And I think it is to help those that are paying and continue to pay through rate hikes that this council approved. I voted against it, but here we're getting a huge big bump up at the end of this year. And I think the right thing to do is help out the customers out there. So that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Mayor,
go ahead,
I'm
Eric.
sorry, Mayor. Okay. Councilman, just for context purposes, and certainly as we have these work session conversations, we'll make sure that Rudy and the CPS team are over here. But I wanted to just remind everybody that a large portion of the bills are being driven by fuel prices, and the fuel is a pass-through and not necessarily something that affects the CPS revenue. I'll also venture to guess, but Rudy and his team are more of an expert, and they'll be prepared that if the power plants, because of increased demand, have been working, their O&M, their operating and maintenance expenses have probably gone up during this period. But in context, there's probably other factors. We'll make sure Rudy and the team are here to be able to answer your very pointed questions. And yes, sir, it is very fun.
Thank you. Councilmember Perry, Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Last night I swung by my office around 11 p.m. and city staff was still here working, so I want to thank you all for y'all's continued work and preparing for today's meeting and laying forth this framework, and just recognize that you all have been working really late these last few nights, and I see y'all's cars in the parking lot past like 11 p.m., so thank y'all. I wanted to start with some public comment that we heard yesterday. We had a couple of constituents come in and talk about animal care service and the need to support ACS by investing more. I believe Shannon has done a great job and has been a great leader with animal care service, and I think they could definitely use more funding to support spay and neuter services. I also want to recognize Karen Spear, our District 5 appointee, who's here and is an expert in animal care service with that content knowledge and ensuring that we're educating community on ways that we can continue to adopt and foster, and recognizing that without Karen, I wouldn't have adopted Bam Bam. Our comms director is now fostering a puppy, and our constituent services director also adopted a puppy. So that's all thanks to Karen's leadership and Shannon as well. I'm extremely pleased to see that, again, right, that Dr. Rocha recommended increasing the disabled persons exemption, and that we're moving forward with the increase for the over 65 and overall homestead exemption as well. I believe it's important that we prepare for what's to come, and that is increased property taxes. With that, you know, District 5, we also lost our homeless outreach coordinator, and I believe we're now sharing one with District 6. And it's extremely concerning, right? And it's a lot of work physically, mentally, that our homeless outreach coordinators are taking on. So I want to ensure that if we have an opportunity to increase their wage to be more competitive and retain that talent, that we do, because it's extremely hard work that they are out there, that they're tasked to do. And I think it's important that we also explore that relationship with PD and the outreach coordinators to see how we can you know, ensure that we're not derailing the work of our outreach workers when building those relationships out in community. With the customer energy credit, my colleagues have put forward a wealth of great ideas, and I think there's opportunity, as folks have mentioned, for us to tackle a number of them. Right, originally I was thinking at looking at the tree canopy fund on how we can mitigate the heat island effect. But looking at listening to the proposals put forth by District 1, 7, 4, and 10, I think there's opportunity to braid all four of them. For example, with the infrastructure investment for drainage, right, implementing and installing urban tree canopies, those can serve as a tool to mitigate flooding. So there's opportunity for us to be innovative with resiliency and sustainability. Ultimately, right, the one-time proposed $30 credit, if used, is a one-time credit, right? Whereas that $30 credit could potentially be used to stretch if used on sustainability and resiliency, and it can save the ratepayer in the long run more than $30 if we invest in weatherization and ensuring that we're mitigating that heat island effect. I think it is important that we recognize, right, that we are in a climate crisis, right? It's not coming, we're here, we're experiencing it, and we are going to experience these extreme weather conditions from scorching heat to, you know, freezes. And it's the ratepayer and our constituencies that have to bear that brunt. Whether, I'm sure you have seen the New York Times article that looks at District 5 in particular, where many of my constituents aren't turning on their AC because they can't afford to. They either have to pick their medication or turning on their AC unit, and they're picking their medication. And we have an opportunity to help alleviate that in the long run. So my hope is that when we continue to have these conversations around the customer energy credit, that we look at long-term solutions that are ultimately going to save the ratepayer more than $30. I want to go back to the continued arts for culturally specific arts organizations. We know that arts is vital not only to community health and the local economy. So my hope is that we can increase art funding for the culturally specific art organizations. And, you know, I was going to ask if we had a backup slide of the least important rankings that we can present, because I think that's more reflective of my constituency. And I know any city staffer who's attended any of our budget conversations, you all know that the graph that's being presented isn't reflective of what my constituencies state at the meetings. I also want to highlight the code case managers. I'm pleased to see that city staff has put forth an initiative to ensure that we're having a proactive approach when meeting the needs of our constituency, rather than outright issuing code compliance citations. On the note of housing, I'm also supportive of including funding for fiscal year 2023 for the bad actor apartment registration program, as well as creating an apartment registration and inspection program. Essentially, all the initiatives put forth in the memo sent out by Eric Walsh, I'd like to see financially supported with this upcoming budget. On health, I think it's important that we look at continuing to support access to contraceptives and reproductive health care. I know that's something that we've done as a city and will continue to do, but I think given the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we have a responsibility to provide further financial support for folks trying to access health care. I want to be sure that I recognize the Neighborhood and Housing Services Department. I always say that they're a small but mighty team, and we know that housing is that foundational component to ensuring that families are safe, communities are safe, and the overall health of the city is housing is vital to the overall health of the city, right? And the folks in NHSG do a wealth of work to keep people housed. But I do have a question and I guess a recommendation regarding the emergency housing assistance program. Right, we know that the eviction filings in 2022 have nearly doubled. So with the thousands of folks who are currently in the pipeline and pending for housing assistance, what is the recommendation for general funds for mortgage and rental assistance?
Councilman, we'll get that, and obviously we have a work session all designed on that, so we'll make
Yeah.
sure we answer that question in advance, but also make it part of the presentation.
Great, thank you. And I'm pleased to see that a grant writer is being hired, because there's a number of grants out there for veterans who are experiencing housing insecurity. And I want to ensure that we're also going after, in the same way we go after the PD grants, that we're going after sustainability and housing grants as well. And in regards to VIA, I think, you know, over the weekend I was in Denver for a conference to discuss public safety policy, environmental policy, and their public transportation was free. It says free fare for clean air. And I envision a San Antonio where there's public transportation, and I know cities like Boston have implemented free bus lines. And I hope as we have these conversations around sustainability and, you know, doing what we can to address the climate crisis, that we look at potentially increasing funding for VIA. And those are all my comments for now. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll continue with my questions. On page 377, in the police area, we had a target of 1,484 alcohol-related incidents. We now currently have 1,570, but our goal is 1,468 next year, and I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to help prevent that, or what we do. I don't know if there's like campaigns. Should we be investing in public service campaigns? It was the same with the DWI arrest. So the target was 3,292. We are at 4,037, but we have a target of 3,700, and I'm just having a difficult time with those targets, or how they come up, and then what we are doing to actually meet the targets. Then I have a question specifically on the public works, and this is why I think that we should look at sidewalks, right? Our target was 56.77 miles. We are at 43.63 miles. And then if you break that down by council district, which we've asked for those maps and haven't received them yet, but I'm sure that Razi and his team will provide them to us before that next meeting. I think that it will show another picture, and I've said this before, but District 4 has, I think, 36 sidewalks that have non-existent, so streets with no sidewalks. So I think that we need to consider that. I do have a question about the Ready to Work performance measures. And so I think, well, I sit as a city council liaison, and so we get a different picture. And I think that the picture that is painted in the budget book is unfair to the Ready to Work program. So I don't know who decided to put what in here, but I'd love to have a conversation about that. And I know that we have had some additional applicants, so I want to look at those goals. My next is on sustainability. There was a target for 90% of our employees to complete climate trainings, but we've only had 70%. However, I thought those were mandatory, and as a matter of fact, I even took the training. So I was wondering, like, why we're so far behind, and if it's mandatory, why we only have a 70% completion rate for our residents. I think that's definitely important. Another one is the that I just need a whole lot of help understanding is in the transportation on page 396. Our targets, because of Vision Zero, were obviously zero for severe bicycle injuries, bicycle fatalities, severe pedestrian injuries, and then fatalities. Those numbers are 17, 4, 84, and 41. So that severe pedestrian injuries of 84 is probably the most alarming of the number. However, I do commend you all because we have the restriping and relabeling and the maintenance that increased by 1.2 miles. So I appreciate that effort. I will continue to focus on the fact that we haven't had that homelessness coordinator, and now I'm really concerned because districts 3 and 4 are the largest in terms of land. And so we should probably have 2 homelessness coordinators each. And for us to right now, and I just learned that we were gonna lose the one that we're sharing with District 3, that's just extra alarming to me. So I think that has to be addressed ASAP, please. I do wanna learn a little bit more about the Biomed SA contract that is on page 418 for $100,000. And I wanted to know what the extent of our contract is. I know that there's just a general, I guess, paragraph on helping with the local economy and specifically getting them to work in the industry, but I want to know exactly what happens. And then I would love some additional information on the public art for public safety specifically, and that's on page 463. It's a citywide. I know that it's one of our bond, it's a Go Public Safety Improvement Bond projects, but I wanted to see where we are with that and what we're proposing for the 2023. I don't think that I've heard too much of that. Other than that, those are the highlights. I wanted to, again, just thank everybody for their support and specifically just let you all know that the homelessness coordinator that we were sharing with District 3 and 4 did build relationships. And so I hate that we have to start over from scratch every so often. Like I said, I've had 3. I've had to share probably for the better part of the year with District 3, and I'm just, I can't tell you how alarmed I am that we're going to be losing that. So those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, just one thing. I share your alarm, and that's the fact of the matter is why we're making large increases in compensation. It is not good because we had the District 3 Homeless Outreach Coordinator recently submit their resignation. Interviews are on Friday, and we need to fill those positions. But take what you're feeling and amplify it through the entire organization, because when somebody walks out the door because they may get a little bit more money somewhere else, we lose experience and we lose that dedication. And so I understand the angst. Hopefully we get good candidates on Thursday in the interviews and all 3 are filled. But that's why we don't have the luxury of not doing something. But we are on top of that, and I wanted to make sure that districts 3, 4, and 5 knew that interviews were this Friday.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to respond to that in just a little bit, but I did also want to stress that members of each of our staff who directly engage with constituents are very dissatisfied with the current case management system to the point where many of them are not using it at all. They talk about this fairly frequently, and they've requested that we move back to IQ, and I'd like to see that change reflected in this budget. We've also discussed previously, maybe we've had some conversations about increasing our staffing capacity from 8 full-time equivalents to 9. It will only allow our constituents to feel better represented and taken care of, and I would invite personally any member of the city's leadership team to spend a day trying to get work done at my field office. Invite is there and open. I do also want to stress and respond to the city. You know, we made a commitment to being compassionate and to address houselessness in a compassionate way, and I don't know that our investment has ever been, I mean, I know it's never been enough, and I don't know that our strategy thus far is working, and we're seeing that in these resignations. I wanted to stress once again the dire need in our homeless outreach program. I've shared my experiences with the street team, but when I went to the back over there briefly, I learned that we're at risk of losing even more. And I'd like to invite my my Deputy Director of Political Advocacy and Community Engagement, Denise Hernandez, to share her experiences working with our homeless street team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to share, I'm in the field office pretty much every day, especially in the summer. I have built some relationships with our houseless outreach coordinators, specifically the one that we lost in D5, the one that we're losing in D3 and D4, and then of course ours, Alicia, in District 2. So I just want to know that we spoke with them about best practices, the support that they desperately need, and their personal experiences. So they are currently paid a non-equitable rate for the amount of mental, emotional, and physical energy that they expend every single day. If you find it in your heart, please spend time with your outreach coordinators if you haven't yet. And we have visited the encampments with them. It is very strenuous work. And the outreach events that they host in our district are well attended, but I think there could be some more effort there to help bring folks to them. Some of them have deep personal experiences with houselessness, meaning they have been houseless before, and many of them have social and casework backgrounds, so they've done this for a very long time. This work is trauma-inducing. They experience folks in spaces where they are without shelter, water, bathroom facilities, basic health care, in mental health crisis, battling addiction, where they're in constant displacement with encampment sweeps, the loss of those belongings, and the general violence experienced by living out in the elements while seeking a safe place to sleep or rest. Also, I know you experience this at our neighborhood association meetings, but they take the heat when people are very frustrated. And we know our neighbors get frustrated sometimes. And they take the heat. They take it, they listen, and they say, we're doing our best, and they are. We know that they care deeply, and they're advocating in a way that is exhausting. We see our coordinators reaching the points of exhaustion no one should bear, and still many of them continue because they care about their clients so deeply, and our city as a whole. Their insight and the recommendations should be heard, taken seriously, and implemented, and I do want to publicly thank Alicia for all that she does. She is the true example of a servant leader, and I'm sure all of your coordinators are the same. I'm very sad we're losing Daniel. He would even show up to our events and advocate for his clients and for our districts together. I'm sad about Nikita because she had so many great ideas for how we could help people better. So I'm hopeful that we can address this problem, specifically with wages and care, and I know Mr. Walsh kind of said that we're working on that. So I just wanted to share that with you, and of course speak with your own teams about their experiences with the coordinator. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Denise. There's a number of things that I'm very passionate about and ideas that I have, and we're going to have time to talk about those at the work session, but I did want to elevate just those two things relating to our constituent workload, and then the way that we treat our homeless outreach efforts. And so those are things that I really hope that we'll take seriously as a council and that we'll address in a very meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Pelaez.
Thanks. I have a nitpicky question about the Facility Service Fund, our Fleet Service Fund, Equipment Renewal and Replacement Fund. Maria, maybe you're the right person to ask or not, but I'm noticing that for facility service funds, contractual services in 2002, for our budget for 2002, $5.8 million. I'm on page 295 in case you want to see, but you may know this because you know everything about these numbers. But now we are looking at $7.281 million. That's a $1.3 million delta. Why that huge jump of $1.3 million? And forgive me if you already explained it, but.
No, sorry. You're talking about the Facility Services Fund?
Yeah.
That's our increase in our security contract for the facilities and where we provide security.
Can you say more about that? Like, what is it we're doing that's different from last year to this year?
It's a increase in the price at the city tower, is a large portion of it.
One thing that we did, we went out for a new contract for security services, and we went out for that new contract.
Yeah.
Most of the labor rates increased under the new contract, so we're experiencing that jump that you're seeing in the budget, as well as increased personnel.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. The other thing is, Rozzy, a small detail, but on your list of priorities and projects, I've got a street in District 8 called Cresta Bella with all of the striping on the bike lanes gone. They were rubbed off, baked off, whatever, but they're gone. And I'll remind you that this is the same general area where we lost Dr. Kairouz in a bicycle accident, and we've had, I think, one other death out there on bicycles. And so it wasn't on the exact same street, but because it's all hilly out there, this is where people are riding their bikes. And I just need to make sure that on our watch we don't have another Dr. Kairouz. Can you take a look at Cresta Bella, please?
Of course.
All right, thank you. And then lastly, this is a 527-page document. This is, I don't know how you guys pull this off every single year. To me, this is amazing. And to the men and women who are sitting on the third row, thank you for taking time away from your families and working extra time to get this enormous thing, filled and getting it correct. I think not enough of a big deal is made that this is a balanced budget and that is a product of a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And I know that y'all have been pulling long nights, drinking extra coffee, but today somebody dusted you off. Y'all combed your hair, and you're having to sit through this. And I know that you'd love to go home and take a nap, but thank you for sitting through this. Also, I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate your hard work. And then lastly, I'll end with what I say every year: that this is a contract with the people of San Antonio. This is not just a roadmap. It's not just a moral document. It is, but it's a contract, and this is, based on the input that we get from our communities. I think this is faithful to the input that I've received from my community, and I appreciate all the efforts that we made to get the word out and to seek input from the community. Now, there's always room for improvement, and next year, Jeff Coyle, Alana, I'm going to challenge you guys to come up with ways to double the number of people who respond to this, right, and that we make sure that we're going to every single corner in San Antonio to get people's input on their contract, their budget. And so those are my comments, Mayor. Thanks, Maria, Justina, excellent work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. Eric, you wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made?
Yeah, I just wanted Jeff to address two of the survey issues that Councilman McKee Rodriguez isn't here.
Well, I'll go ahead and explain. There were some questions about the survey. So, great. Thanks, Councilman. We asked the question about council district along with demographics. We were surprised this year also at the high number of people who said they didn't know. It was about 33.5%. We do, however, put the option for the resident to add their address, and our team has painstakingly gone through manually and assigned the council districts based on those addresses. For several years, we've also offered a map or a Find My Council District link so that someone can go and actually determine the district if they don't know them. Not everybody does that, and we're looking at other ways to make it even easier to maybe pin on the map and have that be assigned. But that's also why we take the data and break it down by council district so that you can see the responses of those in your district, even if they answer that question or we assigned it to them. Generally, we've taken the position with the budget survey that we want every resident who wants to take the survey to be able to take the survey. So it's a self-selection, which means we can't control perfectly for demographics, council districts, and so forth. We do monitor throughout the survey and increase our efforts in certain districts when other districts are lower to try to increase them. But at the end of the day, unless we do a scientific poll and control we can't make the demographics perfectly match. That said, the community survey, and Councilwoman Rocha Garcia and I have had this conversation for years since she took the dais. The community survey that Eric mentioned and we'll be talking about more in the coming weeks is a scientific survey with a random sample of residents from all 10 council districts. It has a 95% confidence level, a plus or minus 3% margin of error, and it is controlled for all of the demographics and geographics to make sure we get a representative sample. So it's two different things. Anyone who wants to tell us what they think about the budget, we take it and we do our best to try to make it match the community. Community survey is scientifically controlled and defensible in terms of being representative of our community.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, we'll continue our discussion now with Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for that explanation, because I did get my council district results. And of course, 1, 2, and 3 are property tax relief, police, fire, and EMS. My question is for Alana, because I am a little, when I look at the bottom, is she here? It's arts, pedestrian safety, and business support. But they do have 21 options. So, Alana, can you answer when you ask what the least important is? Do you give an explanation of, is it just arts, pedestrian safety, or is it like traffic lights? Because, you know, I think pedestrian safety, and I know that's an issue, it's traffic lights, it's walkability, or is it just the phrase pedestrian safety?
We made it broad.
Okay.
We wanted to be broad in the survey to get, you know, to have lots of room for it to be interpreted.
Yeah, because I was looking at that and I was like, that can't be right. But I know if it's that, they probably put it up in sidewalks and streets, and those were higher up on the list. So I think the opportunity we have when we go out to the public is to ask them to be as specific as possible. If they filled out the survey and they put arts, because I know my residents love art. So if we could be specific and say, if we were gonna pay for an art project, what would you like to see? Outdoor arts, more murals, more money to museums? Because I think a broad survey does one thing, but I think in the budget meetings and in our neighborhood association meetings, which I know some of your team will go out to, it's time we get them specific to say why they answered the way they did and what's different. Because the other thing is business support, because we are giving so much money to our small businesses and trying to get them back on target, and they've seen that in the news for ARPA dollars. So that one, because across the board and what I see, it was number 20, and that's the one I think we really need to do a deeper dive in to see, is it they're unhappy with the ARPA dollars we're giving, or is it that, why was that? Because that one was across the board. That one in pedestrian safety, but I think it was because they were broad. So thank you, I just wanted that clarified. But thank you for your work. I know we're just beginning and we have the meetings and neighborhood association meetings. So, and I do want to again thank all the council colleagues who spoke and gave ideas. Councilwoman Sandoval has been working on the climate issue and weatherization longer and lived through the winter storm. So I think we need to have those conversations, and from it, policy needs to come from that. And I just wanted to with what we have here, that we make sure that we keep these open lines of communication. I've been very impressed with the way the council has communicated with each other over this influx of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to shine back in to hit on a couple of points that I heard. For example, the funding for the IQ system for our constituent services team shifting back to IQ would be very instrumental in going through those constituent services cases. It's more effective software, and the current one that they're using isn't working. But I also wanted to highlight on things that, that we're happy to see in the budget. For example, allocating non-service alleyway maintenance. That's definitely something that our constituent services office team is always tackling and navigating, is addressing those concerns. As well as the SA Forward plan. I'm looking forward to seeing that continue to move forward. as well as the illegal dumping crew. My hope is that we can concentrate that primarily in neighborhoods with vacant lots and tackle those issues. And I'm pleased to see that we have the allocation for the CIP funding, which is going to allow each council member to have $1 million to address those infrastructure needs that aren't bond scale. So really glad to see that. And I want to be sure that I emphasize, right, that increasing the hourly wage for workers to $17.50 is instrumental. And when we're having these conversations around housing and security, right, it goes hand in hand. All of these issues work together. So I'm glad to see that as an institution, the City of San Antonio is doing their part to ensure that we can address the issues that many of our families are facing right now. One thing that was mentioned that we discussed in Economic Workforce Development Committee was an agreement to ensure that we support having funding for the small business ecosystem. So that's something that I want to be sure that we see within the budget. And I want to be sure too that the plan put forth by Councilman Bravo warrants serious consideration, and it has my support. So I'm looking forward to having conversations around how we can address this heat crisis, whether it's through the tree canopy fund or being intentional with the CPS revenue. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Any further comments?
Yes.
Councilmember Bravo and then Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the atmospheric scientist, Catherine Hayhoe, talks about how when you drive in West Texas, the roads are really long and straight. And you actually don't have to look at the road when you drive because they're so long and straight. You can look in your rear view mirror, and you can hold the steering wheel and watch in the rear view mirror and stay in your lane for a long time until you can't. And so sometimes we look at historical data and we say, okay, that's what it's going to be like going forward. And my worry today is that if we don't learn from this summer that this is the new normal, then when will we ever learn? And that's why I put together my proposal, and I care about the ratepayers. I care about the bills that people are experiencing, and I don't want these extra high bills to be the new normal. And so I want you to, I also want to make sure that our city manager knows that I recognize, and Councilwoman Sandoval, that I recognize that your proposal addresses a lot of what I'm proposing. There are a lot of similarities there. And I have full support for, you have my full support for that proposal. I think we can do both. I want to also express my support for council offices to have 9 full-time employees. I also want to share that my office recently met with animal welfare activists, and we talked a lot, and we learned a lot. We listened a lot, and we learned a lot about what some of the challenges are. And I was already aware that there's a shortage in our country of 1,800 veterinarians, and that we don't do enough spay and neuter here, and we have a hard time being able to get people to do that. But what I learned at the most recent meeting is that a lot of private veterinary clinics are offering $100,000 hiring bonuses for people coming straight out of veterinary school. And so I want to make sure that we have something in the budget that's going to make us competitive in making sure that we can hire another veterinarian to be able to do spay and neuter and help address that problem. Again, I think this is, again, another good investment that's going to save taxpayers in the long run, because we're going to have a lot less strays, and chasing strays around and trying to find them a home, trying to shelter them and trying to find places to adopt them costs a lot more than just spaying and neutering. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to copy Councilwoman Castillo and tell you some highlights that I think are great in this budget, because we're asking you for a lot more things, and you're going to go back and see what do we cut, so please don't cut these things. Number one, glad to see all the investments in Parks and Rec. Also in the health department, glad to see more revenue coming from the general fund. as we should, make a big local investment in our health. Let's see. I am really, really glad to see the salary modifications that will be happening in the 5% across the board. And you did mention that the LGC employees, so our staff will also be receiving that. So they'll be happy to hear that. And the reduction in healthcare premiums. I'm also very glad to see the entry wage increasing to $17.50, and that it's also happening for for part-time, temporary, and seasonal employees. I think that's really important. I also am appreciative of the funding in the non-service for the non-service alleys, and hope to see a lot of that come to District 7. Eric tells me we have the most non-service alleys, so I hope that means we'll be seeing some improvements there. As well as, I'm also glad to see the additional investments in the core teams, the multidisciplinary response teams, and the long-term investment with the School of Public Health at the $2 million a year level. And I am thrilled that the Office of Sustainability is getting 5 more people. That office, we only see a fraction of what they do. They do so much more, and definitely need the support. So I'm very glad to see that. So those are some of the highlights. I appreciate the councilman's support of my proposal. Again, we don't have to pick either or. This gives us some funding for long term if we choose to support the proposal I brought forward. I do think using the tree mitigation fund is a very interesting idea, and we should absolutely consider that. If not, we should at least talk about the plans for how it's going to be used, so that we're aware of that. And I do just reiterate, we are in a climate crisis. Whether maybe next year won't be as hot, but it will be hot. I mean, this is not the San Antonio of 1985 when I was in the 4th or 5th grade and we didn't have AC, and we had a bond or a vote to get AC in the schools. Does anybody remember I support Cool Schools for SAISD? Yeah. But this isn't that anymore. We are in a very, very different place, and it doesn't just affect our housing, our residents, our electricity bills. It affects just about every department in some way, right? So homelessness, how do you deal with that with this type of heat or this type of cold or this type of extreme weather? Stormwater, public works, what materials do we use? So I'm glad that our staff is getting trained or getting some background on climate change. And I am impressed that Councilwoman Rocha Garcia has seen the training. So thank you. Those are my comments for today, and I look forward for the topic by topic discussions coming up.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Perry.
Thank you, sir. And I've heard this from several folks about the homelessness situation. And Maria, we had this discussion the other day. We've seen estimates anywhere from $50 to $80 million a year going towards the homelessness issue here in San Antonio. That's a lot of money. And our last point in time count didn't change over the last several years, around 2,900 people, if I remember right. So do the math on that. $80 million for 2,900 people. We got to keep our eye on that, because that's a lot of money going to that population, and it's not changing. So either we're not doing something right, or we need to change the strategy, because what we're doing is obviously not working. And this budget right now, the way it stands, it's increasing again the amount of money going to homelessness here in San Antonio. We keep it's a typical answer for a problem that will never be solved, is we need more money. We need more money. Well, how much is enough money? We're already spending $80 million a year. How much is enough to combat that problem that it hasn't changed, and it's not going away. So just some words to think about, and I'll certainly be focusing in on that during the individual discussions when we get to it also. But $80 million a year, and that's increasing with this budget for 2,900 people. That has not changed over the last several years. That's all my comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Perry. And I'll wrap up. This has been a very good discussion. Again, first off, thank you to the staff for producing a very strong budget under some difficult circumstances. I'll just close. Obviously, it's a healthy discussion. It's an important discussion. And we're going to have a policy level discussion with regard to the CPS revenues here in a week or so, and I look forward to that. All my colleagues, I think, have put forward some very good ideas on the expense side of things, but the truth of the matter is, and this is the difficulty, the rebate that we are proposing does not match the pain that people have been experiencing on their CPS bills. It just won't. Meanwhile, if you open up the paper on any given week, you can see the sky-high record profits that are being made by the gas producers and the gas companies, frankly. And I think it's safe to say that that money won't be rebated back to the people who've been paying it. We are trying to do our part, and this is where I approach this issue. CPS is a publicly owned, municipally owned company. That means our public are our stakeholders. And with regard to the windfall that's been experienced from those bills, it's reasonable for the public to expect a dividend off of that, to share that revenue. I think that's reasonable, even though it's not going to be nearly what they've been experiencing in terms of the pain. I'll keep an open mind as we move forward through the discussion. But I do think that the policy level discussion that we're talking about here is related to the climate crisis that we're experiencing. We know root causes, and that's why I'm very grateful for what we've heard today, which is why I'm also very eager to start talking about Councilmember Sandoval's proposal. If we are certain, or evidence would prove, that this is not an anomaly, what we're experiencing with the extreme heat, extreme cold, we're going to continue to experience challenges to our own resiliency, then a one-time source of capital is not the way to solve it. We have to bake resilience into everything we do in our operations, and that's going to require dedicated revenue. CPS is doing that through the STEP program. That's one of the reasons why this council and the board supported it moving forward, but that's off of the bill. And so I like the idea of using the increment, the dividend that the municipal owner receives off of that fee, to dedicate that further to resiliency. So I look forward to supporting that. But the larger conversation, again, is what do we do in the situation that we find ourselves in, which is that our customers, the ratepayers, our residents and neighbors, the owners of the company, are paying astronomical bills and have a right to expect some of that back. When it is so much higher than our initial forecast. So again, look forward to the continued discussion on that topic. It is a budget that I think addresses our major needs as a community, and I think residents can be assured that the high level of service that they've been experiencing, that they've expected from this organization, will continue despite the challenges that we're facing. So again, thank you to the staff. We're going to now move to items 4 and 5. There's not a separate presentation, right, Eric, on those? We just need action on those two items. Madam Clerk, could you read the captions on those?
Item 4 is an ordinance setting the city's proposed maintenance and operations tax rate at 33.011 cents per $100 of taxable valuation, and the city's proposed debt service tax rate at 21.150 cents per $100 of taxable valuation as recommended in the fiscal year 2023 proposed budget. There is no increase in the city's property tax rate.
Okay, we'll go ahead on item 4. I'll entertain a motion for approval of item 4.
I make a motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item 4. Any discussion? Hearing none. Please vote.
Can I make the next motion?
Motion carries. We'll go now. Madam Clerk, could you read a caption on item 5? Sure.
Item number 5 is an ordinance setting the date, time, and place for 2 budget public hearings and 2 ad valorem tax rate public hearings.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of item 5. Any discussion? Please vote. We took discussion on all items up front. Public comment, I announced that, Jack. Thank you very much for signing up. Motion carries. Okay, we'll move now to item number 21.
Good afternoon. Councilman, would you like a presentation?
We got this presentation at Public Safety. If anybody else is interested in it, I'm down to receive the presentation again. I just have a few questions that weren't answered then.
Before we do that, let me get the caption into the record.
Sounds good.
Madam Clerk.
Item number 21 is an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of grant funds not to exceed $815,785 from the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority for the Regional Auto Crimes Team Project for the grant period beginning September 1st, 2022 through August 31st, 2023, and establishing a project budget of $3,784,862. City match contributions subject to approval of the fiscal year 23 budget.
Councilmember Mickey Rodriguez.
Thank you. I see it's 6 slides. If you could give the presentation, that'd be great.
So the goals of this grant are to simply combat and prevent auto theft and vehicle-related crime. Specifically, lower the number of stolen vehicles and to increase their recovery rate. So far in 2021, you can see the work that the auto theft unit did. Close to 400 arrests, close to 200 warrants cleared, a number of search warrants served. The number of recovered vehicles in 2021 was 816, and the value of those recovered vehicles was $12 million. You can see by the chart that the number of vehicles recovered over the years has fluctuated, while the number of vehicles recovered seems to have been on somewhat of an upward trend. Going back to 2019, 68% of the vehicles that were stolen were recovered. 2020, 83% recovered, and in 2021, 76% were recovered. Value $100 million. The auto theft unit does not only enforce, but they educate the public through public awareness campaigns on how to prevent auto theft and how to prevent your car from being broken into. They do covert operations, salvage yard inspections, and intelligence sharing among other agencies that are working auto theft. For example, we work closely with the Laredo Police Department because San Antonio is a hotbed for vehicle theft because of our proximity to the border. Again, this grant allows us to combat vehicle crimes. The grant runs from September 2022 to August 2023 for 1 year. Grant amount, again, $815,000. It funds 7 detectives and 2 civilian positions. City in-kind match is 2.2 million, cash match $466,000. And if we were to not, if council were not to approve this grant, we would, in all likelihood, fund those 7 positions from the general fund. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, so we can start discussion. Let me entertain a motion for item 21.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second, and back to you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you. So I mentioned that back in June we went over this program, and I had a few questions that I was a little shocked and at the time upset that they weren't answered, and I informed you I'd be asking them when this came to council. I appreciate it. I think it was slide 4. It did have some of those answers that were related to the recovery rate. So stolen vehicles and recovered vehicles, I believe at the time that I asked, there was not the number of stolen vehicles as a part of the presentation. I did wonder, the sheriff's office withdrew from the program and we weren't told why at that point. When did he withdraw, and have we yet gotten a reason why?
Sure, he conveyed to me that it was a staffing issue for him. And it was, I think it was shortly before the grant application that he withdrew.
Mm-hmm. And when was that? Oh, it was recently that he withdrew?
Yeah, let's say it was within probably the past 6 months or so.
So my concern is that the statistics that show the numbers recovered versus stolen, those are numbers reported not just city efforts, but county efforts as well, correct?
Well, the task force and the auto theft unit efforts, yes.
Okay, so I'm concerned that we're going to see it's going to be disproportionate. I'm worried now about our success rate. My next question is, I guess, what lessons have been learned and how frequently are strategies evaluated to increase the recovery rate? I do feel like the results are fairly inconsistent. We see an increase in number of vehicles stolen, and so more vehicles will be recovered, but the rate feels inconsistent. So are there lessons that have been learned?
I don't know if there's lessons learned, council member. The vehicle theft is a challenging problem. Anywhere you look in the city, there's a car parked or a truck parked. I mean, anybody wants to steal a car.
I'll be more specific, because the data that you showed is about 10 years worth of data, and so there have to have been lessons learned and newer strategies implemented, and you have to be reviewing the effectiveness of the grant program, the work that's being done. I expect that when we're putting in millions of dollars into an initiative, that is some department budgets. I'm expecting that we see results. Do you feel like we're learning anything from the participation in the program?
I think you have a number of trained investigators who are skilled at what they do in recovering those vehicles and attempting to work with the public to prevent them from being stolen and broken into.
Here's the particular problem that I have with this, and I think if it's something that has to be a budget conversation, it has to be a budget conversation, but I struggle with, and going through the budget and how many grants SAPD applies for versus other departments, and the fact that we find that most of the grants are matching grants, where we're given, like in this example, it was $488,000, but we put in more than $1 million and some change into it, and we're not seeing, and looking at that, I'm not seeing much improvement. I'm concerned. And so when we are looking for grants in the future, I would like to see more of an emphasis placed on those grants that are not matching in nature. I look forward to, if anybody else has any comments or questions, I look forward to that discussion. I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to vote today, so I wasn't comfortable making a motion, but thank you for answering my questions.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Pelaez.
Chief, you and I had the opportunity to visit at my house. We threw a get-together, and I don't know if you remember meeting the gentleman from Nuevo Leon, Mexico, the former police chief on a state level, commanded about 8,000 officers, and he spent some time showing you and I photographs. And David, do you have that photograph? This is a photograph he sent me earlier today. The top, and it's actually 2 photographs, guys, but the top of it is a Chevy Silverado that was armored, installed with gun ports on every 4 windows. What you see on the top of that box is where they had installed a support brackets for 50 caliber machine gun. The vehicle was found, wasn't found, it was involved in a shootout. People died. And he showed you and I picture after picture after picture after picture of San Antonio vehicles stolen and sent down to Nuevo Laredo and repurposed for killing people. I'll pay any amount of money at this point, for matching, to prevent more of those vehicles from going to Mexico to killing innocent people. These are the same people that stuff vulnerable migrants into the back of 18-wheelers. These are the same people that are flooding our streets with poison. And I think it's really important for us to remember that, if we don't take this problem seriously, and if we don't fully fund this and maybe even more of these detectives in this effort, we just make it easier for people to do things like this, right? Also, you tell me, Chief, if you're a person who steals a car, chances are you're not stealing just one car, right? I mean, you're part of a ring, you guys bust chop shops, and so when we take one of these guys off the street, we're preventing multiple car thefts, and I hope that you get 100% of the cars out there. I know that that's an impossibility, but so long as you continue to increase, then I'm okay with this, and I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief. I see that this grant's going to be used to fund a detective investigator, administrative assistant, an administrative assistant 1 and 2, a detective, and a crime analyst. Can you tell me a little bit about the administrative assistant and their role?
They keep the books, and as you mentioned, they're analysts. They track the numbers as well.
Okay, and then for the detective investigator, would that be used to recoup the vehicle? Because I know you mentioned preventing the crime, but can you tell me the detective's role in recouping the vehicle?
In doing what?
Recouping the vehicle?
Well, there's a number of investigative avenues that they follow. One, for example, is they investigate and inspect salvage yards throughout the city.
Okay.
In the event that a salvage yard may be engaged in the auto theft problem.
Okay. Yeah, and do we have the number of how many car thefts we have each year?
I can get that information for you. I don't have them for 2022 year to date, but I believe I got the number listed on this slide number 4.
And if you could send that to me, that'd be helpful. Do we know if vehicle theft is in the top 3 crimes that we see throughout the city?
It is, yes.
In the top 3?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Villagrán.
Thank you. So there's a lot of reasons I like grants, because it gives us an opportunity to pilot and not take from our general fund. But I am going to ask this question because we just had the budget discussion. How much do we have the amount of money that the administrative assistants are going to start it with the grant-funded positions? Because I think we need to look at that as we move forward to making sure that those assistant positions are funded equitably.
Councilwoman, go ahead, Maria.
Councilwoman, so the salaries for any city position, if it's grant or general fund or restricted funds, the salaries are the same. So as this increases, as the city manager mentioned, will apply to all of the positions within the city's workforce.
And the one thing I wanted to piggyback off of Councilman McKee Rodriguez is when we do look for grants, I like the grants that allow that administrative aspect to it, and that we should maybe push at the state and the federal level when they push down grants, that they give us that option. That way the officers that we have assigned can be working on the actual street portion and not the administrative portion. So that was the other reason I was appreciative of this grant also. So I look forward to moving this forward, but I look forward to seeing how we can be innovative and be creative as we try to address these crimes, because the other thing that we know with motor vehicle crimes is that the perpetrators are getting younger. And how do we address that if they're in the juvenile system, and do we have the programming to do that? So thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I wanted to add to what Chief McManus mentioned about the grant. So this particular grant, just to provide more context to the council, is funded through a fee that is paid in a car insurance bill. It's $4 for every insurance bill. So this is how this is funded, and it's specifically designed to prevent and address auto theft. Now, in terms of what this grant provides to the city of San Antonio and to our residents, is that the funding that is being requested, which is $815,000, just in 2021, just with the grant alone, we were able to recover 816 vehicles. The value of those 816 vehicles is $12.4 million. So that is a great rate on investment on this particular grant. And then when you look at the work that was done by the entire task force, the city and the county combined in 2021, we recovered 6,623 vehicles, which is 76%. The value of that is $100 million. So we feel that this particular grant is a benefit to the community, number one, and it also, the dollars that we're applying for were designed specifically for these operations. So just wanted to add that a little bit more context. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagra and Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Can I give you this? Can I give you this paper to display? I think it's important that when we're talking about services, we really, we're talking about $1 million, we're talking about $488,000 that's coming to, that would be a grant, right? I wanted to show this. This is something that we put together based on this year's budget, the 2022 fiscal year. And it outlines every single department. So starting with police at $511 million, fire, and it works its way all the way down to other services like Department of Management and Budget, and then management and budget and transfers. And so when we're looking at $511 million, and one councilman is going to challenge you, when we're looking right now, when we're talking about budget and all the things we want to do, and we're talking about a budget implication that is going to continue to, that we're never going to be able to decrease, that I am going to scrutinize. If it was arts that was $511 million, it would then be a different conversation. I would be doing this with arts. But I wanted to make it clear why I'm consistently calling on you, and why when there's grants and when there's any implication on the budget related to SAPD, this is why I'm doing it. Because we're talking about human services, we're talking about the city clerk's office, planning, we're talking about all of these things in the budget funded at, I wouldn't even call these a fraction when you go to the far right end. We were talking about $80 million to houseless services. If you look at human services, that's $28.9 million. All that we combine for houselessness comes not just from the city's general budget, and most of it doesn't come from the general budget, it comes from elsewhere. And so our general budget, I want us to be mindful of our dollars, because we are talking about all the things that are this big on the table, all those middle things. And so, still not sure how I'm going to vote today. I guess I'm going to have to make a quick decision. Maybe I'll abstain, but I wanted to make that point. And I'm going to continue to make that point over the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Any further discussion? All right, there is a motion. Councilmember Bravo.
Sorry, I kept pushing request to speak and it didn't acknowledge me. So I did some quick math on slide 4, Chief, and I did see that for the first 3 years, can we bring up slide 4? On the first 3 years that are displayed here, on average, 55% of the vehicles were recovered. If we look at the last 3 years, on average, 76% of the vehicles were recovered. So I think that is progress. I think maybe some of the concern might be, in one of those last 3 years, we recovered 68%, and another one we recovered 83%. So what are the lessons learned? How can we do, how do we make sure that we're closer to the 83% and not at the 68%? But I think that, if the council, I appreciate being able to see Councilman McKee Rodriguez's graph and show how much we are budgeting or allocating in our budget for SAPD. And I think one thing that SAPD officers are really good at in general is catching the really bad guys and getting them behind bars to be able to keep our streets more safe. But one thing that police are not good at, and they're not really designed to do, is to prevent crime, right? And so I'm really going to be interested in hearing how we can have more conversations around crime prevention and where can we be allocating more in crime prevention. I know I've been asking for a briefing on restorative justice. And in last year's budget, we approved funding for restorative justice, and I haven't heard what we've done there, but that is crime prevention, and I want to see more investment there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Any further discussion? All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item 21. Please vote. All right, motion carries. Okay, that's everything on our agenda today. Eric, you said, well, let me give it over to you. Wrap us up.
No city manager's report. I've spoken enough today.
Okay, great. Well, that means the time is 1:35 p.m. on this 11th day of August 2022, and our city council meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
You want, tell me what you need, tell me I'm your everything, baby, please, please, please tell me how can you sleep, tell me how can you sleep, what your bed has got so deep, so deep, so deep, deep, deep.
The stars above are misaligned. The foreign sky, no bad sign. Malign. Sails on fire in the twilight tonight. Sinking sands dim the lights that were bright. That were bright. cruising on the evening breeze. The carnivore of inner peace, fallen child and silver teeth. Hope is gone with no release, and all is lost with disbelief. Our caravan's been set alight, jester in the devil's bite. Smoke will always lead the fire, unholy thief ruling on his pyre. Pictures of salvation on the waves. Is there a lifeline or a hangman? I'm afraid. Cyclone swirl around the staff that parts my sea. Miracle alive, nor a prophet or a fee. A carnivore of inner peace, fallen child and silver teeth. Hope is gone with no relief, all is lost with disbelief. A caravan's been set alight, jester in the devil's fight.